So first, I want to thank the sponsors, all the people in the organizations who make up the Regional Strategy Committee, along with the Tall Grass Prairie and Oak Woodlands Fire Science Consortium. And second, that's the other way. And second, all these generous sponsors who enabled us to bring this workshop to you. I want to thank all of you for joining us for this workshop. I hope you enjoyed our first day with distinguished presenters Stephen Pine, Bazil Panic, and Mary Huffman. Yesterday, we had many local field trips take place, along with a set of virtual sessions about conducting learn and burns, fire festivals, and the value of PBAs from national experts, along with Jen Fawcett, Laurel Kays, and Allison Deek. Also, we heard about successful collaborations with collaborative burning in Georgia from Shan Kamek, and an overview of the IFTIS application by Patrick Johnson. And we learned a lot about the Lost Hills projects in Iowa with Cody Wohlers. I hope you're all able to participate in one of these events or sessions. For those who went on one of yesterday's field trips, we'd love to hear about your experiences and see your photos. Please share them with Michael Robinson, who will put her email address in the chat at some point. I want to briefly remind everybody about our question guidelines. Please focus on making your questions relevant to the points the speaker is making. Make them succinct and relevant to the broader regional audience represented here, and keep your questions and photos or questions relevant to the prescribed fire issues we are focused on. Please put your questions to the presenters in the Q&A function. Use the chat to make your key points to the participants, planning team, or interact with other participants. If you find the chat distracting, you can close that window and disable the chat notification function at the bottom of the webinar screen. Also, if you're part of a watch party, that's great. Let us know in the chat who your group is and how many participants you have. Today, we'll hear from prescribed fire managers and practitioners from all across the 20-state Midwest, Northeast region, Canada, and the Coalition of Prescribed Fire Councils. As he did so well on Tuesday, Neil Gifford, Conservation Director of the Albany Pine Bush Preserve, will be moderating and monitoring questions after John's presentation. So after these Ignite sessions, there will be a short wrap up, and there'll also be an opportunity to hear from all of you, as we will have a session of breakouts to reflect on this workshop and prescribe fire in the region as a whole. So now it's my honor to introduce our first speaker of the day, John McCabe. John is the director of the Department of Resource Management at the Forest Preserves of Cook County, one of the nation's oldest and largest urban conservation districts, which manages over 70,000 acres of public open space within the Chicagoland area. John has a degree in forestry from Michigan Technological University and has been with the Forest Preserves since 1994. He also currently serves as the president of the Illinois Prescribed Fire Council, which advocates for the safe and continued use of prescribed fire across the state. John is the lead instructor at the Morton Arboretum for the Chicago Wilderness Midwest Ecological Prescription Burn Crew Member Training Program. Wow, that's a mouthful. The Forest Preserve has averaged 8,600 acres of burning over the last 6 years. John enjoys the challenge of implementing prescribed fire in the second most populated county in the United States, and working with a fantastic team that has made Cook County's fire program a nationally recognized leader in urban fire. So turn it over to you, John. Take it away, if I can get out of my share mode here.
Larry, thank you very much for the introduction, and I want to just say a hearty thank you to you for all your help over the years that I've worked with you in this role, and as the Fire Council and working with the Northeast Midwest group. You've been a true champion for me and our program here in Cook County. So greatly appreciate that. Uh, I would also like to say a quick thank you to the planning team here. Oh, hold on, I caught your sharing the screen disease there, Larry. Hold on, there we go. Want to start out with the actual presentation there. I want to thank the planning committee and the chair, Dave Salino, who put this together. In my role at the Fire Council, I've been part of putting together a few conferences, and I know the amount of work that goes into that. So those of you who are on this virtual presentation, if you get a chance to lend a hand in the future, certainly do it. It's a worthwhile endeavor and a good feeling when you complete that and accomplish that. As Larry said, I'm the director of the Department of Resource Management here at the Forest Preserves of Cook County, position I've been in since 2014. Been managing the fire program here for since probably about the early 2000s, so a number of years. I've been part of the Illinois Prescribed Fire Council since the mid 20 teens and the president since 2019, 2020, somewhere in there. A great team of folks. I'm going to talk a little bit about that team too, as we go through this presentation. So my presentation today, I was asked to talk about how we've sort of changed the culture around prescribed fire in what we call the Chicago Wilderness region, which this is the larger area that encompasses. This was a consortium that was created back in the 1990s by a bunch of land managing agencies, really to put together a group that was going to help work together on issues related to managing conservation areas in these more populated region. It's definitely expanded a lot over the years. You can see it creeps a little bit into Michigan, Indiana, mostly in Illinois, and even a little bit up into Wisconsin at this point. So definitely have come a long way since the inception. The Forest Preserve of Cook County was one of the founding members of Chicago Wilderness, which is now referred to as the Chicago Wilderness Alliance. They've really turned a corner in the work that they're doing now, and we're happy to be continuing to be a part of that group. So to get started on sort of setting the table for you folks here, especially those of you who are not really familiar with this part of the country, I wanted to talk about a recent thing that we worked on as part of the Chicago Wilderness Alliance, which was this community wildfire preparedness plan. This document was originally put in place back in 2013, and as anyone who works with a CWPP knows, those have a 10-year lifespan. We needed to get that document revised. I had reached out to a lot of the partners who were part of that, and it only focused on these 6 counties. I say only, but as I got into the process, I'm glad it was only 6 counties and not the whole Chicago Wilderness area, because just doing the 6 counties was a lot of work. So I reached out to all the partners, and I'm sure some of you folks on this presentation will understand. Everybody was interested in, hey, we got to do this revision, but not so much in sort of taking the lead or carrying some of the water. So since it was my idea, I ended up taking the lead on this. But we put together a really good team, and we worked with key land managers from each one of the 6 counties and key partners, which I'm not sure we have a slide with the partners on there, but not just the county agencies, but TNC, Illinois Department of Natural Resources, University of Illinois Fire Science Institute, Chicago Park District. So a whole bunch of folks, Forest Service, national parks, all those folks contributed to this document. Initially, like I said, we were going to do a revision, but as we started to dive into the data over the last 10 years, the changes that happened, we realized we really had to do a complete rewrite of that document. And as you would expect, there's not a lot of wildland urban interface intermix in this 6 county area. But we were really surprised at how much had gone away in a 10-year period. We went from having almost 500,000 acres within the 6 county area that were either low, medium, or high risk down to only 100,000 acres. So we lost a significant amount just in the last 10 years to development that took that off the table from the standpoint of low, medium, or high risk potential. Less than 2% of that 6 county area falls within the high risk of wildfire, which again, not really a surprise to anybody. So we needed to come at this from a different direction, which any of us that have been burning in these areas understand. The key concern for us really is tied to smoke and smoke management. So when we ran the numbers on this, as far as residents that live within a quarter mile of potentially hazardous vegetation that could take on significant smoke impacts, 3.2 million people, 7.8 million living within a mile of hazardous vegetation. Those are pretty significant numbers. If we had a significant wildfire event here and ended up pushing smoke into some of these areas with this amount of people, again, I'm not talking millions, but in some of the sites that we have that are several thousand acres in size, you could be impacting, 100,000, 150,000 homes, other sensitive smoke targets. So those are all things that we have to be concerned about. Another big concern that we have in this region from the last 10 years is what's been left behind from emerald ash borer. All 6 of these counties were just decimated by emerald ash borer. And while we removed at the Forest Preserve of Cook County over 100,000 trees, from a public safety standpoint, we didn't touch anything in our natural areas. So, right, initially we had a benefit from that, and then all of a sudden you had all this light on the ground, and we saw great response in a lot of our natural areas. But as these trees have started to fall over, or in some cases are still standing, they become, right, heavy fuel smoke issues for us, especially post-burn in some of our woodland units. And couple that with sudden oak death, which we're seeing here, spongy moth impacts that we have in this area, along with storms. We have a lot of heavy fuels on the ground in our woodlands throughout the 6 county region that create and add to this potential smoke impact. So sort of just setting the table of what we're dealing with here in the Chicago Wilderness region. Now, the forest preserves of Cook County, so I'm going to focus on that because, of course, I know it best. I will talk about some of our partner organizations as I've worked with those folks on the CWPP, and of course, a lot over the years just doing our work, and we do cross paths occasionally. So for those of you who don't really know us, this is what we look like here, all in green, mostly around the city of Chicago. We own about 4,000 acres within the city limits. The rest, we just crossed the 70,000 acre mark back in November of 2024. So we were really excited about that. 60 million annual visitors and about 11% of the total county land area. You could see some of the properties, especially in the northeast part of the county, are long and narrow. Those are along rivers, North Branch of the Chicago River, and then a little bit to the west is the Des Plaines River. And so the Forest Preserve was able to protect those properties. But of course, narrow properties surrounded by development does not make for easy burning, which we'll see some photos and slides of that coming up. So here, right on cue, this is what that sort of looks like, district property here. You can see what we're surrounded by. A lot of schools, hospitals, airports, of course, 5.2 million people in the county. And I think when people were building a lot around the area back in the 60s and 50s and 60s after World War II, I think there was an ordinance that if you were building a school, a hospital, or a nursing home, it had to be next to the forest preserve. Because I will tell you, we don't have too many burn units that we don't have those types of smoke sensitive targets very nearby. So as I mentioned, a lot of sensitive groups in and around the area that we have to be cognizant of. And of course, all of us who work with the public, right, know that the public is right. They're a customer. And I always say, whoever said the customer is always right never waited on one. And when we deal with the general public, right, we have to be respectful, certainly, of sort of hearing them out and then trying to talk to them. And so the presentation today is going to be about how we've sort of overcome some of these ideas that fire is not what we should be doing or fire is bad. So as we take a closer look at that, you're going to see we're able to accomplish a lot here, but that wasn't always the case. just some quick numbers for you. So this is pulled from our uh, Illinois Prescribed Fire Council Fire Accomplish Map, just to sort of put things in perspective. The Illinois Department of Natural Resources, of course, is our biggest burner across the state. And then we got the Forest Service, who does a lot of burning down in the southern part of the state, and then the Forest Preserve of Cook County, uh, coming in from an acreage standpoint right around number 3 there is, and then you can see the Nature Conservancy, which has a few properties in the state. And then our colleague just to the north of me here, our Lake County Forest Preserve team. And we could go on with all the other agencies that submit that data, which I'm going to talk about that map here shortly. But this is just to give you a perspective. Now we understand, and I want to be very clear, what we do here, especially in these more urban areas, is not, it's definitely different than what folks are doing from a wildland fire suppression site in California or down in Florida or some of these things. You're talking different fuels, different weather conditions, topography, all that kind of stuff. So I want to be clear. At the same time, I mean, we're putting some pretty significant fire on the ground and really accomplishing, in a lot of cases, our management goals, which, as I said, we weren't necessarily doing previously. So how do we support a strong fire culture? And from when I really started at the district in I was still in school back in 1990 to where we're at today is a complete 180, I can tell you. And what I'm going to go through today is how we got to that point. Some of it might even seem elementary to those of you folks that have a lot of experience in fire. But stick with it. Maybe you'll pick something up. Maybe you won't. Maybe you'll send me something later on that's going to be helpful to making our program better. And so I'm certainly always open to hearing from others. So on the execution side, which my assistant Brittany Balmer, who put this together, who's a true magician when it comes to PowerPoint, had to keep reminding me, John, this isn't a presentation about the operations side, which is what I really like talking about. It's about how we've changed the culture and got people to be on board and support our pyromania. And so I'm going to try to stay focused. I'm sure I'll go off on a little bit of a ramble. I think that's why Larry gave me an hour and 20 minutes. He knows my potential for that. So one of the things on the execution side, and that's changed over the years for us, is that we're out and proud about the fact that we're burning. When I got into the fire program here back in 1994, 1995, we were doing fire on such a small scale that anytime anyone saw it, it seemed like it was something, right, unusual, unique, which again, really in a way it was. Now, right, we're putting up these giant signs that tell people, hey, there's a prescribed burn ahead. Communicating with the public, communicating with all the people that are involved is important, and that's something that I'm gonna, I'll mention here a few times over. Planning is very important. Failing to plan is planning to fail. And that's something that we really drive home with our staff on the off season, when we're burning, post burn, right? Looking at everything that we do, how could we do it better? And then, staying ahead of the curve. That's another point I should make. All of the agencies in this area that are doing prescribed fire, we don't do fire all the time. I mean, with the exception maybe of the Medewin, the National Tallgrass Prairie team down in Will County. Otherwise, the rest of us, we're doing all kinds of other work during the growing season, early into the fall, during the winter months. We're only doing fire during those very narrow windows of spring and fall fire season. But we've got all this other stuff right around the program. And so a really key thing, right, is making sure that this stuff is done right. So working with our ecology team, our wildlife team, our natural resources team to make sure things are being done a proper way, that we're seeing the results that we want to see, which something else I'll talk about, and collaboration with our volunteers. So this is a key component of what we do here at the Forest Preserve of Cook County. We have a very strong volunteer stewardship program, 85, 90 sites across our 70,000 acres. And a lot of these folks, some of them have been out there, you're sitting down, right? Some of them have been out there since the 1970s. So we have some longtime folks out there that have a real intimate knowledge of these sites and our properties and are a great resource for us and somebody that we want to work together with on this side of things. And so we work very closely with the volunteer stewardship groups at these particular sites that we're managing, uh, not just on the growing season work and winter work, but on the fire side of things as well. That's another way to really build that community of support, which is something you're going to hear me say over and over again here. So another key component to changing the fire culture is being organized. So this maybe falls back on the planning piece for sure. But at the Forest Preserve of Cook County, where we have over 777 units, we're in the process always of constantly revising our burn plans. And so staying on top of this is a critical component to making sure things run smoothly. We all know the day of when you're out there putting fire on the ground, right? There's a lot of things that, as much as people want to say it's a controlled burn, right? We all know that's not the case. And so we want to minimize all those outside things. And so this prioritization process that we've put together over the years has really helped with that and us deciding on where we're going to go on a given day, especially when we're sending out anywhere from 10 to 12 to 14 different fire crews here at the Forest Preserve. And so you could see this is a real simple way and to be able to look at things. Our project management team, who sort of sets the table for where we're going to go on a given day, takes first shot at what we call creating our hit list or our priority list for that burn day. And this is an easy way to do it. You can see we got wind direction off to the right there. And so our staff can sort by what winds we're looking at and then be able to pull out sort of the key sites that we think we could tackle that next day based on all the other conditions and staffing levels and everything else that goes into burning. So prioritization, organization is a key component to having built a really strong situation here. This is another way to show that sort of same spreadsheet. We put together a KMZ that goes along with that spreadsheet that overlays on Google Earth, or a lot of our team uses ArcGIS Online. I really like this. I'm more visual and I can zoom around. I know everything in red is our top priority. Orange is next priority and on down the line. And so this makes it easy for me to zoom around, and especially when we're burning. So you can see the units that are colored in black are already been burned. And so I still can see very easily what's on the table at some sites. And if I got that northwest wind direction, where is it ideal to go in this particular region on that particular day? So that's another component, is being able to show things. People, right, they learn differently, they see things differently. This has been very helpful. And when we look at, I'm just showing you here again some of the different sort of burn units that we have to deal with and what we're looking at. This is our North Branch area up in the northeast part of the county. And as you can see, we have a lot of burn units in here and we do a lot of burning. And we have a lot of neighbors that we have to be cognizant of and communicate with. And it's definitely not an easy task. And the idea, right, is for us to be able to get in and get out of there, and that most of these folks never even know we were out there on a particular day. You might recognize that area off to the left of the photo here. That's O'Hare Airport. Our property is off to the east. We do a lot of burning in this Schiller Woods, Robinson Woods area. I've been out here burning before, where you have planes coming into land, and the steward on the plane is asking me to snap my seatbelt. The planes are that low. So when you think about just the development around the area and then add the airport into the mix, we definitely have to make sure that we're communicating. Weather considerations, right? Everybody's aware of, hey, we got to be watching weather and make sure we're doing what we're supposed to do. But this has been a big change in the fire culture in this region, where not just me, but the other land management agencies have built a great relationship with the National Weather Service office that works out of, it's in Romeoville, so down in Will County. In particular, Casey Sullivan, one of their lead meteorologists there, has been a huge friend to the fire community. And their meteorology team is actually on my daily burn notification list, because they want to see when we're burning, where we're burning, and how their weather report worked out based on what we were seeing out in the field. So we actually provide day-to-day reporting back to them so that they can refine their weather reporting. I mean, never did I think I would see the day where the Weather Service was reaching out to us to get input on how to improve their forecast. And from a smoke management standpoint, I know this is not really easy to see on here, but I did that on purpose so that I would make sure you were paying attention. If you look down at the bottom of the tabular forecast here, you'll see the ventilation rate, which from a smoke dispersion standpoint, right, we all know that's the most important component for our smoke dispersion for a particular day. That was not part of this tabular forecast until we asked the National Weather Service. We said, it'd be great if you could put the fire forecast into this tabular version. And so they made it happen. And now it's great to be able to sort of see what your smoke dispersion is going to look like over that time period versus just getting a forecast for the day. And so this is extremely helpful to us when we know we have downwind smoke sensitive targets. You know, maybe we're not going to that site, or if we're planning on burning 1 or 2 units on a particular day, maybe we go there in the morning because our smoke dispersion is going to get worse in the afternoon. So again, a huge change in the relationship working with that team, and has been a huge help really to everybody in the region because they cover more even than the 6 counties here that I'm talking about in particular in the Chicago Wilderness Alliance. And when you're putting smoke up like this is one of our most difficult sites to burn, oil grassland down in the southwest part of the county. You can see all the development off in the distance. You're igniting a unit like this and putting up smoke like this. You have to make sure it's going exactly where you expect it to go and doing exactly what you think it's going to do. So this is what that looks like too, a little bit more on the ground. You know, and we've all seen this. Those of you who've been out on the fire line, right? You're putting fire down and you see that wall of smoke and is it doing what I'm supposed to do, right? The smoke vector map on the right is something that is part of all of our burn plans, as I'm sure it is most of yours, just to give you an idea of where your smoke's going to go as you get further away from the unit. Internal coordination, again, coming back to communication. This is a key change in how we operate and being able to communicate and communicating very clearly to your staff. So as the burn coordinator and the person overall responsible for this program, this is something that I've seen over the many years that has been a bit of a hiccup for us. And it's always going to be, it's never going to be perfect, right? You can't let perfect be the enemy of the good. You just got to fix when you make these mistakes and then try to make sure they don't happen again, right? Those of us in the fire community, well, even in a lot of the work you do in the natural resource area, right? Big part of our job is think about everything that could go wrong and then make sure that it doesn't, right? And then so when it does though, you got to fix it. So this has been a huge change for us to really turn the fire culture around too, is communicating internally. I mean, you talk about communicating with these outside people, right? I showed you some of those burn units and communicating with the public. You got to communicate internally. You got to be able to talk to your team. Your team's got to feel like they know what's going on. They don't want to be coming into work the next morning. Oh, we're burning today. I didn't realize that. And so that level of communication really has to happen. And in an organization our size and between staff and contractors, this sort of schematic, it's real. These are the way that this actually works. I refer to it as organized chaos. And because we have such a strong team and we've been doing this now for a number of years, we pretty much manage things work pretty well. Nonetheless, we're always looking to improve. And again, you always got to be on your toes on that front. All right. Another key component, really key to this fire culture change here in the Chicago Wilderness region is cultivating trust. You have to build trust with a bunch of different groups, different stakeholders, our staff. The staff has to trust the leadership. Changing perception. Dr. Pine's presentation on Tuesday was phenomenal, and the idea that, right, fire is bad. I mean, he was talking about this going all the way back to how many years ago, right? I mean, long before any of us were around. And this is an issue that we've had to overcome, and really we still do to some degree, but it's not as bad. Fire versus equals fear versus fire equals stewardship, right? That's the change. That's the way that we want to talk about it and normalize it, make it seem like this is what's supposed to happen here, right? We need to make this. And again, when I started out, because of we didn't have the support of the administration or the elected officials, we had to sort of be more not so open about this, right? And get in, get out, sort of like the ninjas, sneaking in, sneaking out kind of scenario. We're the absolute opposite now. And this is what we want to be able to do to change perception, right? This is an urbanite's idea of good fire, right? This barbecue grill, although as a vegetarian, I certainly am not happy to see that animal on the grill, but nonetheless, I know some of you are. Campfire, right? Let's get the s'mores out. And then maybe if you're tailgating at the Bears game or the Green Bay Packers game, I don't know, you got the old garbage can out there to warm up your hands, right? That's what people think when we talk about fire. We want to talk about what's going on here in the region, right? And then the other thing that we have to deal with around here is what I refer to as the out west complex. And, Dr. Pine referenced that photo too, where he dropped a dinosaur in there talking about how, yeah, this could be back then, right? It's been around that long. But we have this big struggle, right, with convincing people when we talk to them about prescribed burning that what they're seeing out west, because between social media, right, and the news nowadays, things that are happening out there with some of these catastrophic fires are right in front of them, right? And then I'm knocking on their door at 10 o'clock the next morning saying, oh, we're going to be doing a prescribed burn here at the Forest Preserve behind your house today, right? And they're thinking about what they just saw in the news last night that was happening in Los Angeles or up in Northern California or something like that. And so you have to be able to have that conversation with these folks and talk about why that's not going to happen here and talk about those differences. You have to have that 30-second elevator pitch down, because if you're not able to explain the basics behind what you're doing, first of all, and second of all, why we're burning here is different than what's happening out west, they're not going to trust you, right? They're not going to have confidence in your program. Back in the day, we would give them the old Forest Preserve salute, right? The old shoulder shrug. I don't know. I don't know why I'm here. And this trickles down. This trickles down to staff on your crew. You have to be able to have folks that are out on the fire line, because around here, the general public, they don't just walk in at like a trailhead. They may just come out of the woods from somewhere. And so your whole team needs to be able to have that conversation with these folks. This has been a benefit in a way. So here the Canadian wildfires blowing smoke into Chicago, June of 2023. This is what it looked like in downtown Chicago. That's got nothing to do with the industry in Southeast Chicago or Northwest Indiana. This is from Canada, right? But this has been a good opportunity for us to talk about our burn program, and it really put things in perspective when people realize there's millions of acres burning up there. And even in a good year, we might do 7,000, 8,000 acres here. And that's a little bit at a time, right? So this is terrible, of course, but it has been a good opportunity for us to have some conversations where people are asking about the program. So as I said, this has been a sea of change here from when I started to where we're at now. Back in 1996, there was a moratorium put in place on all restoration work across the Forest Preserve. Now, to be very clear, we weren't doing a lot of restoration as the district at that time. We didn't have a Department of Resource Management. Our volunteer steward program was mostly run by itself, if you can believe that. That was the case. And while most of them were doing really good work, some of them maybe not so much. They were doing things that maybe the overall district didn't know about or that weren't really aligning with best practices. So the moratorium was partially lifted in 1997, but the ban persisted in a large chunk of the Forest Preserve, again, all the way till 2006. So it's been less than 20 years that we have a huge chunk of our property up in that northeast part of the county that was under this moratorium all the way to 2006. And this is another one of those things that while it was not good for the natural resource when it happened, it really was an eye opener for the district. And it really allowed us to hit the reset button. And we recognize that we have to make this program much stronger from the standpoint of transparency, uh, guidance, support, supervision of what's going on. Again, love the volunteers, but we need to have sort of a handle on what they're doing out there. And so this really ended up being, again, in the long term, some of the old time volunteers don't like me saying that this was a good thing in the end, but it really was. And certainly from my perspective, as the person for like the last 15 years now who's been responsible for all this. And so we've come a long way, but we have to keep in mind we can't go backwards. We can't take our foot off that accelerator. If we do, some of these folks that don't support our work are going to try to see an opening and try to start pulling things back. So we have to continue to do things the right way. We have to continue to build that trust, keep that confidence in the few stakeholders I already talked about, and then the few I'm going to talk about here as we continue on. So another way that we build trust with the public is through notification, right? Like I said, we're out and open about all this. We recently revised our website here a couple of years ago. We created this interactive map where any day that we're out burning, we're dropping a fire icon is like right on where we're going to be burning. So anyone from the general public going out into the preserve, any of our 60 million users can visit that map and say, if they don't want to be around smoke and fire, then stay out of that area and go to somewhere else on our 70,000 acres. If they do want to see fire, maybe they could drive by and, take a selfie or something like that. That's fine. We also send out an email notification. We have a group that people sign up for that some of them are internal staff that we want to make sure we're communicating with, but a lot of them are volunteers, other people that have come through the fire training class that I teach that are signed up. We've got close to 1,000 people on that notification list now. So that goes out the night before we're going to burn. Hey, we're going to be burning tomorrow. We'll let you know where we're going in the morning. That following morning, the day of the burn, once we confirmed where we're going and if we're going to burn, we send that out. We list out where we're burning, and we do allow volunteers to come out and burn with us. And so that's how they get out on a burn, is through that notification email where they reach out to the burn boss for the site that they want to go to that particular day. And then they can get out. So you talk about building trust, talk about building advocacy. This program, allowing volunteers to come out with us, has been certainly a key way to do that. And then those of you who don't have it, if you don't have a prescribed burn page on your website, absolutely do it. And you're happy to steal ours and put your name on it. This has been a huge thing for me, who has to answer any like fire questions that come in, to be able to send people right to this page where we've basically built it off of the questions that have been asked over the last 15 years. Has saved me a lot of emails back to the public or having to communicate with elected officials, right? I could send them this, and then that's something that they can use as a resource for their constituents. So strongly recommend building out a prescribed fire page that talks about your burn program. And again, you're being out, you're being open. It's something where you can post stuff that's more up to date too, to keep people in the loop. So just a great resource for us, that, of course, and really more so for me. Permits, right? So I've been in a few burn trainings where people have been out burning and they said, "Oh, I didn't get any permits." And I'm like, okay, well, I'm sure wherever you were burning, you needed to have at least a state and a local county level permit, and in most cases, probably a local municipal permit. We're required to get two permits, one from the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency, and then the other one is from our Cook County Department of Environment and Sustainability. We're not technically required to get a local municipal permit because we are the larger governmental agency over like a municipality or local fire department. But that's not a good way to build relationships by telling the fire department, no, we're not going to get a permit, right? And so fortunately for us, with the 128 different municipalities here in Cook County, we have about a handful that have requested we get a permit. And so we have done that year after year. And it's certainly been helpful with us building a relationship with those folks. And so having your permits up to date, right? And complying with them, that's the other important part, is another trust building scenario. When the general public comes up and says, how could you burn this, forest preserve and I can't burn leaves in my backyard? That's really more like a minute and a half elevator pitch to respond to that one. But you just give them the basics. You talk about the fact that you have permits, all that kind of stuff. So a key component, obviously, to our burn program is our permits, and it's something that we take very seriously, right? If we have an incident with smoke management in particular, it could impact our permit. So that's something that all of our burn bosses, both internally and on the contractor side, even though the contractors are required to get their own permits, are very cognizant of. So I talked about this a little bit already, but advocacy, our volunteers, and we have a strong partner group too across the Forest Preserve, Friends of the Forest Preserve, Friends of the Chicago River, Audubon, Great Lakes, Open Lands. I mean, I can go on and on, all these different partners along with this volunteer stewardship group. These folks are the front line. I mean, some of these folks are out volunteering multiple times a week where they're out in the preserve and they're running into the general public and they're talking to them. And so having these folks understand what's going on with your prescribed fire program and being able to speak to it positively is also very helpful. And so we're grateful to our volunteer community that's certainly helped that. During the winter months in particular, when they're out cutting and burning invasives, buckthorn predominantly, honeysuckles probably number 2 on the list, we do allow them to do brush pile burning, which we have a training that they have to complete. But so they're out, and that's another opportunity to talk about fire. That again, they're working along one of our paved trail systems, and the general public comes by. So advocacy is a key thing here to building that community support and creating that level of trust that you need with people supporting your work. Elected officials, another key component. And again, going back to when I started here, we did not have the support of these folks. Fortunately, we've definitely seen a sea change in that and their understanding. I feature Commissioner Maggie Trevor here, who's one of our newer commissioners. She was elected to our board back in 2022, but she bought in and understood our work right away and actually came out on a burn with us. So if you can get these elected officials out on a burn and have them see what you're doing and see that you really know what you're doing, that is a huge win. This was a huge win for us. There's been several times at board meetings where Commissioner Trevor has supported items that our department has brought to the board because of her being able to get out there and get on the fire line with us. And it's work. It's work to get these folks out there because they have busy schedules, right? And I'm telling you, it is worth the effort. Okay, it is worth the effort. I wanted to point out too, April is Prescribed Burn Awareness Month in the state of Illinois. This is something that the Illinois Prescribed Fire Council, we had the governor sign a resolution recognizing April as the Prescribed Burn Awareness Month. So kudos to really Bill Kleiman at Natrusa Grasslands, the Nature Conservancy. Bill took the lead on that and just did a phenomenal job. And so while April, generally our spring program is starting to shut down in April, it's still a great opportunity for us to get elected officials out where you see areas that have been burned and they're starting to green up, right? Versus areas that are unburned. And so you take any opportunity you can get. It's worth the work. And here's these fireside chats. So I was talking about this where even you got your burn boss, right? Your crew boss, and then you've got your crew members. Your crew members need to have that 30-second elevator pitch down where they're on the holding line and a member of the public is walking by and starts asking questions. And if that person cannot give basic responses where it doesn't sound like they could walk and chew gum at the same time, that's not going to build confidence and trust in your program. So that simplistic thing. So think about this. When you go back to wherever it is you work today, Or if you're there now, ask one of your colleagues, why are you burning here today? And see what kind of response you get from them. When I do the burn training class, which is a 2-day class, I'm going to talk about in a minute, but that's one of the first questions I ask people on the very first morning, why are you here, right? And what can you tell me about prescribed fire? And I get a lot of, uh, right? And by the end of day 2, at a minimum, you're going to be able to give me a 30-second elevator pitch on why prescribed burning is good. And so that's a key thing. Media. Well, I have a face for radio. I've done some media work. Usually I have that helmet and my face shroud on. This is a embedded situation I was able to do with Jay Shefsky from the local PBS WTTW station, where Jay actually came out with the fire crew, and we ended up with a 3 to 4 minute segment that aired on Chicago Tonight back in 2019, which again was something I never thought we would see, that kind of fire. So again, think about the amount of public in the Chicago area that saw that, and I know it was quite a few because I was getting text messages on my phone, all that kind of stuff. That's building trust from the public, just seeing you on this, recognized show and stuff like that. So that's a good one. I talked about signage a little bit earlier. This is a sign that we created, one of the signs that we created that we generally put up post burn where it says fire is good. So take advantage of these areas where you have high traffic from the public. So a lot of our trail systems, which is the way most people see the forest preserve, we burn along the trail system. It makes a great break, burn boss's dream, right? And then you got that black area that most people riding by might think, man, what the hell happened here, right? You put up this fire is good sign and you're sending a message. This is very inexpensive. It's on a H frame. If somebody steals it for their college dorm room or their sign collection, whatever it may be, uh, it's easily replaced. So this is just an easy way to get the message out to the general public. Putting up a simple sign like that and putting your message out there. Another way that we've really turned the corner on the general public is special events. Our conservation and experiential programming department hosts a lot of special events throughout the year. And a very simple thing to do is like a touch a truck event, and we do it around prescribed burning. So we have the gator set up, we have the backpack out there, and the little kids can grab a hold of that, and even the parents sometimes like to do it. And we created and bought this, like you see right, my backdrop is a selfie station that you see little Timmy there taking a picture in front of. And so this is something that not really much cost, but has a huge return on investment when the general public sees this. And this has gone a really long way. It's a great opportunity for our staff to talk to the general public about our burn program. Not even during fire season, right? Just at this other event in the middle of the summer, fall, spring, who knows when. Another event, we do a solstice bonfire event. That's the bottom right-hand photo that you see there. So that's, again, another opportunity for us to talk about fire. So take advantage of all those situations that you may have at your organization that you're not doing now, but helps change that fire culture and will continue to build that community of support. Here's something else that we've done. This Illinois Prescribed Fire Council, we have this storyboard that we put together thanks to our Lake County Forest Preserve GIS team. This is out here for the public to see, right? Again, putting something like this on your webpage, showing people burning as a larger fire community. That has been key for me because, again, like I said, back in the 90s, early 2000s, people looked at me like I had two heads when I talked about, hey, we're going to be out prescribed burning. Now I can easily show there's this larger community out there. This isn't a maverick position we're taking here. This is something that everybody should be doing. We were featured as part of the, well, it jumped ahead. So anyway, here's the Illinois Prescribed Fire Council Fire Accomplish Map. And this is really what I'm getting back to. So we've got the storyboard that's on the Fire Council website. And now we have this Fire Accomplish Map, which has been on there for 9-10 years now. Where part of our role as the Illinois Prescribed Fire Council is we collect data from across the state. We have a GIS person that uploads all this. We have 10 years of data now from across the state where you could go on there. It's an interactive map. You could zoom in. You can click the different layers. You can see who is burning where. Again, transparent, out there for everybody to see. I like this again when I'm talking to our elected officials here in Cook County. I'm showing them that this is a larger fire community out here. We are not on our own. You have the support of and are similar to elected officials in all these other areas, which in some cases certainly understand fire a little bit better than our elected officials. But we've come a long way on that front. So this has been a key thing for me and the fire community in the region and help them with build that trust. Interdepartmental or intergovernmental training. This is an absolute key piece of the puzzle is building relationships with your local fire departments. Some of you may have fire departments or volunteer fire departments that understand wildland fire. That is not the case in Cook County. We just ran 3 separate training sessions, March, April, and June with probably, I want to say it was maybe 8 different fire departments because the first one we did, there was 5 or 6 different fire departments. Not one person in those 8 fire departments had any wildland fire training, not one. And so that's what we're dealing with. These folks are responsible for responding to fire on our properties. Not to mention, right, I have to call them in the morning and say, hey, we're going to be burning at this property from, 10 till 3. And so, and they have a responsibility, right, to their constituency. We understand all that. But they don't understand fire. They don't understand prescribed burning. And so this is something that over my 25 years running this program, really, as far as being on the ground since 1994, I've worked very hard to build relationships with these fire departments. And usually that relationship, the way that we break the ice is when we show up at a wildfire and the fire department's already there. And I'm not going to name names, but usually a truck is stuck. And we become good friends and we help them pull their truck out. And then we tell them about, hey, we can help you. We can do some training for you and show you how to better respond to these. Because you can't not respond, right? They're going to get the call. They got lights and sirens. They're going to get there before us. And in all likelihood, especially if it's during a burn day, we're out burning all over the place. Now, while we're always prepared to send a couple of folks if we do get a wildfire call, they're still going to get there first. I mean, as you can imagine, as I said, 5.2 million people. We got a lot of traffic here in Cook County too. So for us to get from A to B, even if there is a wildfire we're trying to respond to, we're stopping at red lights. We're sitting in traffic jams, unlike our fire department friends. And so this is key. This is what we want to see. We want to see the fire department, in this case, in the photo you see here, everything went right. We did our notifications. They just got a lot of phone calls. We were burning a wetland, a lot of black smoke, a lot of phone calls. So the fire department sent an engine out just to check on things. And so they ended up staying to watch the rest of the show. They said that they were disappointed that they didn't stop and get popcorn before showing up, but we can't be everything to everybody, I suppose. So here's an example. This is back in March where I was doing the training with this is the Orland Fire Department, which is our most complex burn unit is down there. That's the one I showed you a little bit earlier with the big smoke plume, Orland grassland, 960 acres of warm season grass. So 960 acres of gasoline, essentially. And the Orland Fire Department has really been a good friend of ours over the last 10 to 15 years. And we did this training and they brought in 5 other fire departments from the surrounding area. So that was a great relationship. It's a lot of work. Okay, we had to do 3 days of training with them to cover all 3 shifts. So you're committing staff time for 3 days, usually consecutively, but it's worth it. Let me tell you, it is really worth it. When you do have a hiccup, if you do put some smoke on a road, if you do get some complaints, that fire department is going to have a level of trust with you already. They're going to know you, right? Right, we left them, they have our phone number, right? They have my business card now. So if there's any questions or concerns to follow up on, they're going to reach out to me, right? And I'm going to be able to follow up with them. They actually responded to a wildfire a couple of weeks after this training, and the training officer that I worked with told me how they they used some of our strategies and tactics that we taught them to respond to that wildfire. So that was good to hear. As you could see in this photo, I'm demonstrating how to use a fire rake in a parking lot. Like I said, take what you could get. We wanted to get them out in the field, but they couldn't do that. They didn't have the time to commit to that. So we took what we could get. We did about an hour and a half to 2 hours in a classroom right there at the fire station. And then we went out in the parking lot and showed them our equipment, showed them the hand tools, a backpack, which they were all like, you would think I was, inventing the telephone all over again. They were so excited by the backpack because they don't have any of those tools. And they're responding to wildfire on our property. They're going out in their full bunker gear, carrying an oxygen tank and maybe a shovel, right? Maybe a shovel. And so they were really excited by this. One of the fire departments that we did training with actually by the second day of training had already ordered some of the equipment we had showed them on the first day. So I really consider the training that we did these last couple of months with these 8+ fire departments a real win for us. Again, a lot of work, but well worth it. So continue to build that trust. Here's another thing that again this is nickel dime, really nickel dime, but it goes a long way. So you could see in this photo here, John Burn Big or Go Home Pellegrino, one of our burn bosses on the south side, lighting off the easy side of the fire here down at our Orland grassland. But I circled in the photo here this fire patch that we have on his shoulder and then his name tag. Again, being transparent, looking official helps build that confidence and that trust with the general public. This came to me like a lightning bolt when we had the fire department come out to a burn one day. Again, everything was fine, but they had gotten a bunch of phone calls. And the first couple of people that the fire department interacted with were some of our volunteers who were in Nomex, of course, but had there was no other district equipment. It just looked like 3 people that might have been out burning something in the forest preserve. So the fire department was like, oh, well, we didn't know if this was like a legitimate operation. So that's when we created this burn patch that we have now. That's sort of like our fire crew logo. And we got all of our staff name tags to put on our Nomex uniforms so that, again, we look official. And when we're interacting with the general public, it sends a positive message to them that we're not trying to hide anything. This is Pellegrino, this is McCabe, this is Medina, whoever, right? You know who we are. So again, that's a small thing, but it really goes a long way in sort of sending that message to the folks. And I will add, right, the uniform, right? Looking uniform. We were out with our contractor yesterday when we were doing one of our tours, and they said that they saw another contractor that was out where they were burning in jeans and a t-shirt. Okay, that's not a good situation. Now, if you think this group looks rough, this picture was actually before the burn. Okay, you should see them at the end of the day. No, I'm just kidding. This is my local crew that works out of the shop I'm at today, our Northwest Resource Management team. And this is at the end of a long burn day. But you could see, right? They look official. The uniforms send a message. And we want to send a positive message, we don't want to intimidate anybody or anything like that, right? But right, if you saw this group out there with their helmets on conducting a prescribed burn, you would initially think they look like they know what they're doing, even though I know some of them don't. No, just kidding again. Very experienced group here, one of our top fire teams, along with our ecologist, Monica Mueller's in the photo here too. So we get those folks out to burn with us as well. All right. On the training side, this is another key component. So I talked about trust. I'm talking about training. I'm keeping an eye on my time. Oh my gosh, it's 9:04 already. I got to really get rolling here. I got a lot of slides to go. Brittany told me I would be running behind. I put this photo in here too, just because it's so cool. Elliot Medina, our Assistant Resource Operations Manager on the north side, leading our volunteer Randy Holtz here out at Paul Douglas Preserve on a fire a couple years ago. So key training thing for us is the Chicago Wilderness Midwest Ecological Prescription Burn Member Crew Training that we created back in 2001. Larry, you get bonus points because you did say it, but you see how fast I said it because I've been saying it since 2001. Or we recognize the NWCG S130-190 Basic Wildland Firefighter Training. The key thing about this is the Chicago Wilderness thing is 2 days and it's modeled after the 4 day, well, 5 day if you count the field training of the S-130, 190. And we needed to create something that worked for us burning in this area. And so that's why we created that Chicago Wilderness. I'll go back to that, but that's why we created the Chicago Wilderness training. All the land management agencies, the 6 counties I talked about, recognize that as the basic fire training, with the exception of DNR, which doesn't really have any property, at least in Cook County, has some, but not a lot. And then the Nature Conservancy, who are both NWCG folks. But everybody else recognizes the CW training, which is, again, really designed for how do you do prescribed burning in an urban area. Real quick, I want to mention the Certified Prescribed Burn Manager. This is something the Northeast Midwest group has worked on a lot to try to figure out how do we make this applicable or, across the board and make it not an obstacle to burning. I feel like the Illinois Department of Natural Resources team and the group that they have that work on this has done a really good job. We still have a ways to go, though, to get to where we need to be on this. But you should not be burning as a burn boss without the Certified Prescribed Burn Manager. All right, I've got to keep moving here. So expanding the conservation field. So another thing that we've done is our Conservation Corps program. So we've created a pipeline where we have these Conservation Corps programs through the Forest Preserve District, where we're hiring folks to do conservation work to create that next generation, to create that ladder of advancement. Been very successful, a bunch of partners. 60% of our Corps alumni are employed in green industry jobs after 5 years per the survey, and we have a lot of Corps folks that we've hired full-time. Our resource crews in particular, just over 50% of Corps graduates now, and that totals 56 total staff. So over half of them are Corps alumni. The other component, talking about changing the fire culture and building that community support, it helps that folks doing the burning look like people from the community, right? It's one thing for me to talk to people with my expertise, but it's also another thing for somebody who's from that community to talk to them and say, hey, we're doing things the right way here. We've got the training, right? We've got the experience. This is a safe operations. That carries more weight. That's something else about the fire departments. The relationships I built, having that fire department leadership at some public meeting with me goes a long way with building confidence and trust with that community. So same thing here with our Conservation Corps team and some of the folks that we've had come out of that program. Mentorship, this is something that our team takes very seriously because all of us, right, when we came in, a lot of this classroom training you do is just that. It's classroom, right? You're not learning the on the ground part. Like I tell everybody that comes through our training, in order to learn, you need to burn. Okay, you got to get out on the ground and do fire. And the more fire you do, the more you're going to learn, the better you're going to become, the better asset you're going to be to your organization and to yourself as far as looking for work down the road. Interagency exchanges. This is a key thing too that we do. This is a photo of us where we went out to the Nachusa grassland and we burned with Bill Kleiman and his team out there. We've had the Nature Conservancy folks from the local Indian Boundary Prairies come out and burn with us when they're done burning. We go out and burn with our Illinois Department of Natural Resources team as well. So this is a great way for you to sort of cross-pollinate, see what other people are doing, and build that community support. We're working on an advanced burn boss training, so that's going to be more relevant, again, similar to the Chicago Wilderness training we created, and I'm working on that with colleagues of mine from some of the other counties under that Chicago Wilderness Alliance umbrella. All right, I'm really rolling now because I've only got 11 minutes left here. Another really nice shot of a burn down at our McMahon Fen in the Palos region. Personnel, so our Forest Preserve Cook County operation across our resource crews is about 60 staff. Our contractors that we have out, around 70 staff on any given day as far as being able to be out and putting fire on the ground. Again, the Conservation Corps I mentioned, so we got about 100 folks that we have available to us when we're talking about doing fire. And of course, they're not all available on every day, just like our staff isn't, nor are the contractors. Another really cool program that we have is our alternative spring break program. So this is something that this past spring was our 12th year working with the University of Wisconsin Stevens Point College of Natural Resources fire crew. So rather than spending a week burning up their brain cells on some beach somewhere, they're out burning with us. We put them up at two of our campgrounds, one on the north side, one on the south side, and then we spread the kids out on our different fire crews. This past spring was the biggest group we had. We had 22 kids come. So great program. If you can pull one of those together, I strongly recommend it. Again, you're changing that fire culture. We're helping create that next generation. I mentioned our volunteers. So we do allow volunteers to come out and burn with us. You have to go through that Chicago Wilderness training, or you have to have the S-130, 190 and our volunteer resources team. So a big thank you to them because they handle all the administrative coordination to make sure people have completed all the certifications. This past spring, we had 9 volunteers come out and reported 132 hours of working with us. That number is low. That's only what was reported. Some of the volunteers, anyone who has a volunteer program and tries to track hours knows that we don't have people putting in their hours. Availability, this is something else that's key on the communication side that we track, making sure we know who's available to burn. Again, the communication internally is key. This is what it looks like from the contractor side and the staff side on a burn day for us. We're sending out 8 contractor crews, 6 to 8, and on the crew side, 6 crews if everybody's in that day because we have a weekend shift, so sometimes we'll have folks off. And then you got to feed in volunteers, Conservation Corps, and our student program. People generally ask, what does it cost? So here's a quick snapshot of what that might look like. As you can see, prescribed fire, this is on the contractor side, only 7% of our budget. So huge bang for our buck. As we all know, getting fire on the ground, pretty inexpensive when you look at our overall spend. Quick breakdown. Somebody will ask, how much are you burning? 52% woodland, 38% prairie, 10% wetland. Challenges, again, the reason I'm saying that we have to continue keeping our foot on the accelerator is every time I turn around, there's a new building built next to a property that I'm burning at. This is Harms Flatwoods up in the northeast part of the county. 15 years ago, that building, these 2 buildings you see in the background were not there. The one on the right is the Holocaust Museum. The one on the left is a condo, high-end tax bracket condo complex. So I can't be pushing smoke at either one of those places where 15 years ago they weren't there and it was much easier to burn this site. So we've got to keep aware of all these challenges. Again, we talked about getting the elected officials out. It's got a burned area, but it starts to green up, right? We know that's one of the benefits. You got to show results. That's another key to changing the fire culture, showing the results of what your work is doing. This is an easy one. People understand this from, hey, this is what it looked like, but look at the difference between where you burned and where you didn't burn, how far ahead that is, right? Here, I'm waving my magic wand now. I'm doing my Harry Potter. This is what this looks like after clearing the brush out and then several years of fire. Right? The general public has to agree, even your staunchest opponent, that the spot on the right looks better than the spot on the left. Same thing here, because you liked it so much, I'll do it again. Different site though. So get rid of that brush. Look at the fuel we got down there. That's a great burn. Results, right? Here we got an oak germinating. This is a real photo of our forest preserve, right? This is Shoe Factory Road Nature Preserve. This is not a painting. This is what it looks like. It's awesome. Bring people out, bring the elected officials out to a site like this and show them this is what fire does. Without fire, this wouldn't be here. We'd be looking at that buckthorn jungle. Here, this was yesterday on our walk. Ann Stake on the right and Sue Gore, our 2 stewards at Deer Grove East. Ann said, when I know you're going to burn my site, it's better than my birthday or Christmas. Can you believe that? Better than her birthday or Christmas. So I like to know that Ann is really excited about us getting out there to burn. And just here's the results, right? Has the fire culture changed? Yes. I'm able to burn almost 8,000 acres a year over the last 5 years. And I haven't been on the news. You haven't seen my name on a wanted poster. So that means things are going and I'm doing things the right way here. Also successful, the taxpayers, November 2022, supported a referendum for the Forest Preserve of Cook County. 69% of the voters supported it. My budget in the Department of Resource Management went up 70%. 70%. I was able to expand my department from November of 2022 to now from 60 people to 93. We're getting more fire underground because we changed that fire culture. Not just me, the other 4 counties did it as well. Okay, in November of 24. Now 5 of the 6 counties in that CWPP have had successful referendums to increase their tax take. And finally, am I confident that this is working? This is my license plate. I'm driving around with this on my car. So I'm confident that prescribed fire and the fire culture here in the Chicago Wilderness region has changed for the good. And with that, Neil, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, John. Thank you. That was absolutely fantastic. The similarities between our worlds is unparalleled. Burning in urban areas. We have about 5 questions in the Q&A and about 15 minutes left, so we're just going to jump right into it if you're all right with that. And first up, we have a question from Steve, who says, you mentioned that 700 to 1,000 people elect to receive information on burn details. How do you communicate with them to get on that list?
Well, they send me an email, or they send somebody else an email that sends me their email. I mean, so there's a lot of different ways to get on there. It's a MailChimp situation. So sometimes
Okay.
people forward that email to somebody else and then they subscribe. Yeah.
But are you proactively reaching out to say, if you're interested, sign up via this link or anything like that?
We do that when we're doing like trainings or special events.
Okay.
So like my email address is here. If somebody wants to get on that, shoot me an email and we'll add you to the list.
Great. Thank you. Inga asks, are there any requirements for volunteers to help with burns, and what are the limits of what you allow them to do?
Good question. Yeah, I mean, the requirements are you have to complete that training, and then you have to register through our volunteer resources team. We have an online volunteer system, and that involves, of course, when you register, you're signing a waiver and all that kind of stuff. As far as we provide Nomex, so we provide Nomex and a hard hat. You have to have the proper, burn boots, good pair of gloves, not the Walmart specials. You have to bring, your lunch and whatever else you're going to drink. And if I'm the burn boss, a cup of black coffee and a double chocolate donut wouldn't hurt. And we sort of manage the amount of people that come out to the burn now. This is something that came out of COVID, where, like I said, you would reach out to the burn boss and say, hey, I want to come out to your burn. Well, they might say, well, I already have 5 volunteers. I can't take any more. Maybe try one of the other burns. We want this to be a meaningful experience for the volunteer. And also, I don't want to burden our burn boss with too many people that we maybe can't use, right? Because we want to make sure, especially if it's a new volunteer, we're buddying them up with one of our experienced people. And we all know that volunteer that comes out the first 2 times is more a liability than they are a benefit. But we're willing to put the time in, 1, to create the advocacy, and 2, we have some volunteers that have been burning with us now for 15 years. They're like another crew member when they come out. So, yeah.
Yep. Same story here. We buddy them up. A question from Amanda. In building your team, how do you bring your potential partners from, that's a nice idea, to let me volunteer time to help with your efforts, to RX prescribed fire aligns closely with my organization's goals? So how do you bring people along that continuum from?
Well, I think it's easy for us, in that, of course, most of the partners we're working with already have similar missions and goals, right? And even if fire isn't their main component, right, they're, to some degree, whether it's like, I mean, Audubon Great Lakes is a good example, right? They're really more interested in birds, but they're interested in healthy habitat, so the birds come there, right? And so it's having those conversations. So you got to speak with these partners and understand where they're coming from. And so sometimes maybe that's not me talking to them, right? Maybe it's somebody else on my team, or even somebody else from another department, right, that helps build that relationship that gets them 100% behind us and supportive of what we're doing.
But you guys are active in building it, not just creating, but also building and continuing those relationships and those partnerships.
Have to. That's another one of those things. You can never take your foot off the accelerator.
Yep, that's the key with a relationship, right? It's not a one-time, it's not a one-off. It's a long-term commitment. Alyssa asks, what have you seen in the relationship between fire and invasive plant species like buckthorn in your region? Those before and after pictures were amazing, but I have heard and or read that fire has the potential to increase invasion in some ecosystems, and I'm curious what your experience has been.
Yeah, for sure. As much as I love fire, it's not the only tool in the toolbox, right? And this is something else we talk about with really all of our staff. And you have to recognize that. So again, I'm more on the operations side. I work with our ecology team, our wildlife folks, other folks in the science community that are telling us what kind of results we're seeing, right? And so we're making changes based on that information. And we're just getting into longer term monitoring. We started a monitoring protocol 8 years ago now, but it's really got like a 10-year check-in window. And our senior resource ecologist has said, well, we cheated on a few sites and we did it after 5 years. And so that's really where a lot of those photo monitoring stuff came from, is this overall monitoring. So we are looking at that. In my experience, though, overall, you remove the buckthorn, you do follow-up herbiciding for 3 to 5 years, you get fuel in there. I mean, you start burning as soon as you can, right? But you're doing that follow-up. It's going to take you 3 to 5 years to get those places to where maybe you don't have to do the follow-up herbicide and we're just applying fire.
How
So
curious if that influences your maintenance fire frequency, reinvasion,
well,
keeping invasives out before they get established.
yeah, for sure it does. For sure it does. And that's something that you got to keep an eye on, right? And Troy Showerman, our resource project manager, he should have a tattooed on him, but don't outrun the follow up, right? That's something that we talk about all the time, and that goes for fire too, right? So not just the herbicide follow, but we can't outrun what we can manage with fire. That's a mistake people make, and we've seen this a lot where they bite off more than they can chew. Don't restore more than you can maintain on the herbicide, fire side, whatever else it is you need to do. The other thing to understand is sometimes putting fire in a place, like you can't just go out and burn it because it looks like it will burn. You could create more problems for yourself right off the bat if you don't have a plan. There's some invasives, right, that like fire, common reed canary grass, sweet clover. I mean, these kind of things that you're going to make worse.
Obviously, you've been working with contractors. You have a team of contractors. One of the questions from Thomas was, what is your experience working with contractors? I don't know if there's anything additional you want to add from what you had in your presentation.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's up and down, right? I mean, we have some contractors that we've worked with for over 20 years now. And so we have established, and some of the folks from those contract crews have been there for the 20 years. So that's really like, again, it's like another crew member. They're working, again, as I said, year round on our property. So they're out working, doing herbicide work during the growing season, brush clearing in the winter, and then they're burning in the spring and the fall. They know these sites super well. This is great. We've created an economy of scale with them. When you bring a new contractor on, though, you definitely got to do some hand holding, right? Especially around here, a lot of our contractors on the fire side were doing what we call more like boutique burns. They might have been doing like an HOA or something, or some small park district. And then they come on our property and they're burning like that, where it takes them 6 hours to do what would take somebody else 2 hours to do, right? And so getting them through that process, that's where our team has to invest some time on the front end. That may cost us a little more, but it's going to pay off in the long run, which is where we're at with really the main group of contractors now that we have that's out burning on our property.
And that's a good lead into Michelle's question, who asked, how are your crews organized? You have a big team. You have a lot of folks, and you've got multiple burn bosses, you've got contractors and staff. How do you keep all of that organized and coordinated during your burn season or seasons?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the organized chaos, that schematic I showed, where so Troy Showerman, who oversees all of our contractors, and we got Nick, John, and Elliot, who oversee our 6 resource crews, and then myself. We're talking all the time during burn season, leading up to burn season. You know, the night before a burn or the day before, you know, we're texting at 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night. You know, 5:30 the next morning. You know, we're texting, hey, weather looks good. Can I notify the contractors? And then, Troy and his team, so he's got, several staffers that work for him, are then out watching the contractors. I mean, and there's a lot of communication before they're out on the ground. They check in with each contractor. They go over to burn plan, they go over to burn site, which is also what our operations team does with each of our 6 burn crews. They talk to the burn bosses. We go over, each how we're going to burn the site and all that kind of stuff. So these are all right. And then you're burning the next day and the next day, right? And it just piles up. So yeah, it's just a lot of coordination, communication with all those outside inputs, the fire departments, the general public, the volunteers, our conservation corps. People say, "Oh, you must really like burn season." I say, "I like when burn season is over.
Right?
That's my favorite day, when burn season is over."
Yeah. To follow up on that, how often, as they say down south, how often do all y'all get together as a single team to kind of either brief for the upcoming season or debrief for
Yeah,
the season you just finished?
not enough for sure. So
Okay.
we do we do try to do a refresher at least once a year. We really should, and we've got to make the time to probably do it between each burn season. So we already got one on the calendar for September of this year. Uh, Spring burn season is really our biggest burn season. This, like, fall of 24, we had one burn day, and spring of 25, we had 18 burn days. It's just the way that the weather works. It's such a short day in the
Yeah.
fall. Um, so, but we really need to target and make sure that we're doing that. So we don't do it enough, but we are really driving that point home, and that we involve the contractors in that too. At least they're burn
Excellent.
bosses, and so we're paying them to be there. But it's really worth it because they are part of our team. And if right, let's keep in mind, everybody knows this. It's burning. You're one burn away from your program being shut down, and so
Always.
it could be us or it could be our contractor. And so we want to make sure we're all on the same page with everything that's going on or that has gone wrong.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you. Scott asks if your volunteer prescribed burn training outline or PowerPoint is available online.
It is, yeah. I
Okay.
think the Arboretum has it online, but I can find out and I can get that back to the team here to send out with the sort of post conference wrap up.
I think you covered this with your spreadsheet. But what types of criteria go in? Kevin asks, what type of criteria go into your prioritization of burn units?
Yeah,
Are there
well,
factors that you weigh heavier than others?
yeah, I mean, everything you could think of, right? I mean, all the work that was done there, investment on the site, when was it burned last? Some of our sites, we have a west wind around here. So sites that we need an east wind are generally always up at the top because we don't see an east wind too often. And when we
Right.
do see an east wind, humidities are usually higher because it's coming off of Lake Michigan. So
Yep.
it's just everything that you could think of. Staffing, right? Sometimes we might change where we're going on a given day because one of our key folks called off that day, and he knows the site the best, or they know the site the best, and all that kind
Mhm.
of stuff. So a whole bunch of stuff
Good
goes
stuff.
into that prioritization and stuff.
Like you said, manage chaos.
It is, yeah, yeah.
I'm saving the best question to last, Amanda, so don't worry. Tom. So Tom asks, no one has mentioned smoke impacts yet. You talked about it briefly in your presentation, but what parameters and BMPs do you have in place to deal with smoke?
Well, I mean, any sort of smoke sensitive target we have downwind, we post a smoke monitor there. Again, we're looking at that vent rate, and if we don't have a good vent rate on a day where we know we've got a downwind smoke sensitive target, we're just not going to burn that site. And that's another thing that might keep that site higher up on the prioritization list. Like I said, I'm not exaggerating. We've got a lot of hospitals, schools, nursing homes that are right next to our properties.
Yep.
And so we have to be extremely careful, right? That's a get your resume in order situation if you smoke
Yeah.
one of those places out. We've built, one thing I'll say too on that is we built great relationships with, where you make that call in the morning and you say, "Hey, we're going to be burning, over at Bergman Slough to the nursing
Yep.
home across," and then your smoke monitor goes over there and they walk in and talk to the receptionist. "Hey, I'm going to be
Nice.
sitting out in the parking lot for the next couple of hours. If you need anything, here's my number." That's good.
You-
We've got relationships with building engineers where they'll turn off the AC systems for the time that we're burning. So we're burning from 10 to 2. They'll shut that off and recirculate the air inside the building. So even though I feel like we're not going to hit you, we're 100%
Yeah.
locked down now.
Well, and on that, do you all coordinate or communicate with the municipal planning agencies? And is fire and fire management of these open spaces influencing what gets built where or how it's built?
No, not on that
Okay.
front for sure. I mean,
Yeah.
we do when, like, these buildings that happen, the museum and that condo complex, like, they let us know, "Hey, we're building here, is a zoning meeting," all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
There isn't much we could do on that front. Now, we did get a Carvana that was going to be built next to that Optima condo complex shut down because of potential bird impacts. So that was like where all of our advocates, the Illinois Nature
Okay.
Preserve Commission, really had a huge win there.
Nice. And lastly, Amanda has this is a classic for any workshop that we've ever, for anyone that knows Amanda. She's asking, she'd love to hear, folks, can you share an aha moment from an interaction with a member of the public that showed you that your public outreach efforts were paying off? Is there anything that sticks in your mind as being like, wow, all this work really paid off and the public is getting it?
Yeah, and I'll say actually it's a really good feeling when we're burning along one of our trails that again is the main way people see us, and people, especially with young kids, stop and say, "Can we take a selfie with the fire guy?" And I
Nice.
it's awesome. So that's really our aha moment. I think our crew gets a good feeling from that. People thank us for our work, right? Oh, thank you for your work. This is great. That's 98% of the people. We still get the occasional person riding by with the, swear word and that kind of
Yeah,
scenario. But overall, we get this, hey, can we take a picture with the fire crew scenario? That's really a good feeling. And again,
nice.
something I never thought I would see when we started back in the mid 1990s.
And you and your crew take the time to do that when it's safe to do so, which is
Right.
fantastic.
Of course.
Yeah,
Yeah. Safe.
that's huge.
Yeah.
Hey, John, we can't, as on behalf of the planning team, we cannot thank you enough for this presentation. This has been absolutely fantastic. It's nice to see this kind of fire happening and that kind of a landscape at a really, really impactful scale, and doing it effectively and safely, and doing what we're ultimately trying to do with this workshop, which is building community and capacity for more good fire. So thanks again. We are out of time, but I really appreciate you giving us your time, you and Brittany both, putting together that fantastic presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil.
Yep. All right, everyone, it is 10:40. So we will get started. For those of you that may not have joined us on Tuesday, my name is Neil Gifford. I'm the Conservation Director for the Albany Pine Bush Preserve Commission in Albany, New York. And I will be your host this afternoon. We have a number of Ignite presentations in the queue. Each person will have 4 minutes. I will simply introduce each speaker's name and affiliation, and then they will have the floor. I will turn my camera off during each presentation. Presenters, at 4.5 minutes, I'll turn my camera back on. And that will be your cue to wrap up so we can move on to the next presenter. Larry, what do you got?
Yeah, thanks, Neil.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to start off and put some context or some foundation to our set of Ignite talks today.
Okay.
Beginning in 2009 with the Flame Act and then developed and formally adopted in 2014, visionaries of the cohesive strategy knew from the start that this new approach would require social and cultural change and unprecedented collaboration among the federal, tribal, state, NGO, and local agencies, partners, as well as within communities to accept that we as stakeholders can no longer resolve the significant wildland fire issues individually. We must work together outside our institutional silos and across jurisdictional boundaries to determine our shared values and shared risk, prioritize those risks, and make collective investments in these high priority areas that result in progress towards resilient landscapes, fire adapted communities, and a safe and effective response. I think it should be on the next slide. Next slide. Yeah, that one. Never mind. That's good. The cohesive go back. The cohesive strategy facilitates evaluating wildfire risk across the country and identifying regional priorities to meet these 3 goals by using the best available science to ensure landscapes across all jurisdictions are resilient to fire-related disturbances in accordance with management objectives. Human populations and infrastructure can withstand a wildfire without loss in life property, and all jurisdictions participate in making and implementing safe, effective, efficient, risk-based wildfire management decisions. Prescribed fire is one of the most important short and long-term management tools fire management practitioners have to restore and manage ecosystems to reduce the risk of high-intensity wildfires. We need to be doing much more prescribed fire, but safely, effectively, and for maximum benefits. These workshops are designed to bring practitioners, managers, and scientists together to advance the art and take a proactive approach to getting more beneficial fire on the landscape. Next slide. Beginning in 2015 and reinforced in the 2020 Northeast Cohesive Strategy Regional Action Plan, expanding the use of prescribed fire in the Northeast Midwest has been identified as a top priority. The Prescribed Fire Workshop represents one of the many efforts we collectively have taken to advance the understanding and safe use of prescribed fire. Prescribed fire is valued in our region as a long-term solution that is needed to reduce the risk of wildfire to communities, to restore and maintain fire-dependent ecosystems and habitats, reduce the unwanted impacts of wildfires to watersheds, wildlife habitats, and other resources, reduce safety hazards to firefighters and the public. Next slide. Some of the efforts that the Northeast RSC, under the guidance of the Cohesive Strategy, have taken to advance the use of prescribed fire are that we formed a prescribed fire coordination work group in 2015, which continues to this day. We facilitated the Northeast Midwest Land Fire Data Improvement Project. We conducted numerous surveys to identify regional wildland fire priorities and prescribed fire training and support needs. We've helped develop a prescribed fire practitioner certification alternative pathway proposal to NWCG, of which we've been a co-leader. We've established the Northeast Midwest Prescribed Fire Training Coordinator position via the Tall Timbers Research Station and their staff. We've helped develop and deploy the Northeast Midwest Wildfire Risk Assessment Portal for all lands and also supported the development and training and its use. We've established these annual Northeast Midwest Prescribed Fire Science and Management workshops that we're having today. And also we're working now to establish a virtual Prescribed Fire Training Coordination Center facilitated by Tall Timbers and others. So thanks for attending our workshop, and I hope you enjoy hearing from all our regional partners. Thanks, Neil.
Thank you, Larry. Larry Mastick with the Northeast Cohesive Strategy. Next up, we have Danny Goddard from our neighbors to the north. Danny.
Danny's not on. You'll go to the next person.
All right. Next up, then, we have Thomas Trask from the great state of Connecticut.
That is definitely not my slide, so I'll stand by for a minute. Oh, there we go. There's Connecticut. Good morning, everybody. I am the Forest Protection Supervisor for the state of Connecticut. We are a small agency. Connecticut Prescribed Burn Program is really kind of established in a different means of, we have 4 fire control officers with seasonals, and based off of that, we have wildlife individuals that assist us with burn plans and burning, as well as militia through the parks service that we have down here, and local maintainers, even some mechanics help in on this. We focus a lot on obviously the prescribed burn to control and contain a lot of our invasive species, which is, we primarily conduct this in the springtime. Next slide, please. So Connecticut burns, we burn primarily for habitat and biodiversity management. We maintain the rare ecosystems in sandplain, grassland, pitch pine barrens, and shrublands. We work on it's critical for the declining species such as upland sandpipers, grasshopper sparrows, and eastern meadowlarks and savanna sparrows. Invasive species control, ecosystem, and restoration. It clears and helps clear invasive brush, which would take equipment such as brush hogs and masticators a lot longer than when we can do it pretty much in an afternoon. Wildfire prevention is also a key item of ours in soil health. We are very well populated throughout the state of Connecticut, and a lot of our parks and forests are visited by folks. Unfortunately, not always the most careful with, a campfire or a cigarette for that matter. So a lot of these items that we do for burns are to help control that and maintain any possible wildfire. Next slide, please. So a big thing that we like to get into is the tradition rooted in our indigenous knowledge. What we do basically honors what was done on the land for many, many years before us, before we even started doing it, to manage land and property before colonies came across. This is a picture of a mortar that they used, found in Connecticut, to grind down nuts and berries and fruit. And a lot of their prescribed burns beforehand were done for this. So as the program grows, we have a website dedicated to what was done previously before we arrived and worked on ours. And we try to humbly continue to maintain that tradition of taking care of the land the best we can through prescribed burning. And that is all I have. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. And next up, we have Eric Ludwig from Delaware, the first state.
Hey, yes, I'm Eric. I'm with Delaware Fish and Wildlife. I'm the program manager now for Habitat and Conservation and Management. We're basically, for just started the Delaware Prescribed Fire Council. It's really in its infancy stage. We started about 2 years ago. The council consists of state and federal agencies and some natural resource NGOs. The council has been elected, members have been created, subcommittees and bylaws have also been created as well. The group is currently trying to work on establishing a 501 status, and plans are continuing on its efforts to promote a lot of the restoration work that we've been trying to do as well. That we plan on continuing to do outreach to the community and continue to work closely together to aid in more prescribed fire on the ground in Delaware. Next slide. One of our biggest success stories with prescribed fire and the use of this council has really been with our northern bobwhite quail. This success story started with a large group of people getting together and noticing that we had a decline in population, but still had some remnant populations in the area. This is one of our biggest success stories, is the population growth of northern bobwhite quail in the state, as many states that have noticed declines, just like Delaware. We noticed that there was a dwindling number of quail in the state. We ended up having our Cedar Swamp Wildlife Area as our main focal area for quail in the state. We were as low as 9 coveys at one time on the entire wildlife area, but through a big movement of habitat enhancements, donations from multiple partners, there has been a start to a recovery plan for quail in the state. As some of you may know, quail are known as the firebird and have really become reliant on the use of fire to keep their habitat in this early successional stage of succession, especially for all the grasses and flowers that they need to be productive. Over the past 15 or so years, the use of this prescribed fire has really been shown success throughout the area, and has recovered this population to about 69 coveys in 2024, just on our main focal area. This success hasn't just been on one wildlife area, but it has been a movement that encompasses 6 wildlife areas owned by the Division of Fish and Wildlife, and also lands owned by nonprofit organizations as well. This work is now moving to a landscape level entirety with inside the Bayshore Corridor, which is along the Delaware Bay, which is roughly an 85-mile long stretch of protected land between various groups. A second focal area has now been established since the first area has shown some success on the Delaware-Maryland state line, with many groups playing an important role into getting this established. With this prescribed fire council, the hope is to get these more acres treated with fire to enhance habitat for quail, allowing landowners to further enhance what the state agencies have already accomplished. The council has come together to help on this initiative and start using fire to enhance acres for quail in these focal areas. With historic quail populations in Delaware having some of the highest densities in the nation, the general public has bought into the ideas of restoring these quail numbers. With the greater buy-in, the council has been trying to reach out for to these people and provide them avenues to pursue prescribed fire on their own land. For this initiative to be a greater success than what it already has been, the buy-in from the public landowners is a definite must. With the continued efforts of all the involved in quail restoration in Delaware and in the Mid-Atlantic, this could be a greater success story and very similar to the one of the eastern wild turkey. The Prescribed Fire Council plans on continuing its efforts to promote quail restoration and other habitat enhancements through continued outreach to the community, and continue to work closely together to aid in more prescribed fire on the ground. The main mission of the council is to safely get more prescribed fire on the ground in the state. The council started to do outreach in publics with multiple learn and burns throughout the state and then multiple quail day events to show the success of fire and quail population restoration. The council expects to continue to grow and hopes to see membership as part of the council very shortly. And that's all I got.
That was fantastic. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. Next up from the Prairie State of Illinois, we are back to John McCabe. John.
Thanks, Neil. I forgot to bring my prescribed fire council gear, so I had to mock up with my sticker here that we made. This is again another way to build a fire culture. People like stickers, so quick, easy, cheap way to get folks free advertising for yourself. Thanks to our Lake County Forest Preserve sign shop for putting those together for us. As those of you who were on the earlier presentation, I'm the director of the Department of Resource Management at the Forest Preserves of Cook County, and have been serving in the role as president of the Illinois Prescribed Fire Council since around 2019, 2020. Next slide. All right, so we just celebrated 10 years of data collection. I talked also in my earlier presentation about our Fires Accomplished map. And out of that Fire Accomplished map and the 10 years of data, we created this awesome, super cool heat map you see here. And we had this put on a poster that we use now when we're at conferences. So we were just back in first week of March, the Wild Things conference here in the Chicago area. 2,500 attendees, so we were able to get some really good FaceTime with them. But this heat map is super cool. So you can see where a lot of the burning is happening in the state of Illinois. So as I talked about the Chicago wilderness area, and in particular the 6 counties in the northeast part of the state, you can see we're getting a lot of burning done. A little bit to the southwest of that area, you could sort of see that bigger blob. That's the folks out at Medewin. So that's a 22,000 acres, I believe they're at now, chunk of change. So it really shows up on the map there. And then you can see down there in the southern part of the state, that's our folks from the Shawnee. So Vice President of the Illinois Prescribed Fire Council, Scott Christ, is down there. And then another one of our directors, Jesse Reichman. Zach Stawicki, who's the director of the Southern Illinois Prescribed Burn Association, which is where Jesse was at before he jumped ship over to the Green Machine. And then David Jones with the Crab Orchard team out there as well, who I think they're hosting a watch party, David and Zach together. So as you can see, we're getting a lot of fire across the state. The Prescribed Fire Council is made up of 85 organizations that we consider part of our membership. And overall, the last 10 years, 558,000 acres burned. Over here on the right, you can see we've got sort of the top burners based on acreage, just to sort of put things in perspective. Forest Service at 143,000, the Department of Natural Resources 127, and then Forest Preserve of Cook County at almost 68,000. So really excited about that. And then also the storyboard story map that we added to our website just recently through our friends at the Lake County Forest Preserve. Dave Kaysen, who's our treasurer, but also a member of the Illinois Prescribed Fire Council, who manages the burn program with the Lake County Forest Preserve team. So thanks to those folks. So we have a great representation on the Illinois Prescribed Fire Council from across the state, with folks from the DNR, the Bill Kleiman, Rob Litigan from the Nature Conservancy, retired folks, Paul Brewer, who was with the DNR and was also a fire chief for a number of years, 17 years, I think he said. So he's a great resource for us with talking to those kind of folks. Private contractor. So I saw one of the things in the chat on my talk was about how public land agencies benefit from better protections than folks burning on private lands, no doubt about it. And the private contractor folks is a key component, and certainly lend a lot to our fire council. Next slide, please. Just transition is a little slow on this side, and I don't remember exactly what was on it now. Okay, here we go. So just some things that we've been up to, or some of our agencies have been up to. So I talked about it a little bit on my earlier presentation, but hosted wildland fire training for local structural fire departments. So that's twofold. That's talking about our burn program so that we have them understand what we're doing. And it's also talking about wildland response. We hosted our biannual symposium at Pier Marquette. We held the Southern Illinois Prescribed Fire Association held a fire conference or fire practitioner meeting. And we exhibited at the Wild Things Conference. Next slide, because I know Neil's going to be giving me the hook here in a minute. So what are we up to? What do we got left? What are we still working on? Real quick is revisions to the smoke management plan for the state of Illinois. So Scott Christ, our VP, has taken a lead on this from the Fire Council side and working with the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency. And we're looking to hire a full-time executive director. We know to take our council to the next level. So I want to thank Wisconsin Fire Council, Gary Warner and Jeb Barzin in particular, for their help in providing me the information that's made their council so successful. We're sort of using them as a model. So interested to hearing from them here in a little bit. So hopefully we're going to get there in the next year or two with this full-time executive director. Thanks, Neil.
Thank you, John. Next up from the Hoosier State of Indiana, we have Jared Brook. Jared, 5 minutes.
It's not letting me open my video, but glad to be here and glad to hear from another I-State Illinois. When we grow up and age in our council, we hope to aspire to be like Illinois. So we're a relatively young council as well. We officially formed in 2008, so less than 10 years. But our kind of big success story for the year, and you can move to the next slide, is that we followed what several other states have done, and we were successful in getting a prescribed fire bill legislation passed. It was a bit of a shock to us, given that this was our first time going through the legislature for this bill, and we were on a budget year and a new governor. So only 14% of the bills that were introduced in the legislature in Indiana actually passed. And so we were fortunate enough to be one of those 14. And we really, and those 14%, we really hope that this serves as a catalyst for future prescribed fire efforts in the state. There was a lot of work that went into this. This was, a 3-year endeavor. So our fire council has been talking about this for the last 3 years, and trying to get our ducks in the row and figuring out what it's going to be and how it's going to be administered and all those kind of open questions. And big thanks to all the groups that helped out. TNC was a really crucial partner in helping push this through the legislature. Whereas some of us that work in the public sector, obviously we can't advocate or do anything on the policy side, but TNC was able to, in their kind of stellar reputation in Indiana from a land management agency or entity, helped really push this bill through the legislature. And then also we had several landowners that testified to the House and the Senate regarding the benefits of this bill. So you can go to the next slide. And our bill was, it actually took effect last week on July 1st. And it's a very similar bill to what a lot of other states have. It's probably most closely follows Illinois' prescribed fire bill, but some of the things that it does is it makes prescribed fire landowners right. It states that prescribed fire and the smoke it produces are not nuisances, which helps with some nuisance lawsuits and things. It defines a standard of care, so what things prescribed burners should do in order to have liability protection, and it actually defines liability protection at the negligence level. We initially started at the gross negligence level. We were kind of shooting for the stars and hoping for the moon. And we had gross negligence in the bill all the way through the House. The House voted in favor of gross negligence. And then when it went to the Senate, that was stripped out, and we kind of expected that. But we had no language on liability prior to that. One of the things that came out that we weren't really expecting, but I think is actually going to be a win for prescribed burners in Indiana, is that one of the amendments the Senate made was that they actually added a provision in there that would limit damages and losses from lawsuits related to prescribed fire to actual damages, not punitive damages. So that was something that we weren't expecting, but I think will limit the level of lawsuits that can come from any sort of prescribed fire lawsuits. And similar to other states, this bill created a certified burn manager program that's going to be led by our Division of Forestry and the board of the Indiana Prescribed Fire Council, who one of our board members is Darren Bridges with our Division of Forestry. We're working closely with the Division of Forestry to put together what exactly those standards are for the certified burn manager program. And similar to other states, it's going to kind of require both classroom training as well as mentored burn experience. And then our bill also creates some additional flexibility in when and where burns can occur. We are not in the Chicago region, but we burn in the Chicago land area, and we've had some issues with municipalities restricting burning. And then last slide. And I think Neil's giving me the hook, so I'll hurry up on this. But overall, our kind of goal with this was really to help landowners burn on private land. And so we have a PBA that's trying to form, and the gentleman that's trying to form that is Doug Terrell, and he was really instrumental in being a catalyst and getting us the idea of creating legislation to reduce barriers for PBAs forming. And then the gentleman on the right in the red shirt is David Ray. He's a landowner in Southern Indiana that burns a lot on his property, and he was critical in testifying for the prescribed fire legislation. So we're hoping more landowners like David and like Doug can really get fire on the ground. And then last plug for Indiana, in June of 2026, we are hosting the Fire in the Eastern Oaks Conference. And so I'll put that link to that information in the chat, but we hope to see you all in the Hoosier State, or as I'll say, the Boilermaker State, since I'm a Boilermaker, not a Hoosier. But thanks for the time.
Thank you, Jared. That's an exciting update. Thanks for sharing that. That was fantastic. Next up, we have Cody from the Hawkeye State of Iowa. Cody.
All right. Good morning, everybody. As that gets keyed up, I'll just kick it off. Big thanks to Jason Walker as well with Iowa DNR to help put this together. Next slide, whenever you're ready. And talked a little bit about it yesterday, but the Co-op Burn Week in the Loess Hills of Western Iowa is one of the marquee stewardship events throughout the year for everybody in our region and in our state. It's hands-on training. It really builds on the partnerships, the collaboration, the networking. And then what we're focused on a lot is building those future leaders, building those leadership skills in a high stress environment, basically with a catch net behind you. So giving those younger people the opportunity to lead their first squad, lead their first burn, and have the support underneath them, and they can interact with those people to ask questions, and have a lot of support both physically and mentally, and then give them a lot of the background behind the different units and stuff. Along with that, you get the incident command system that people and typically in Iowa had not utilized much before this event. And now a lot of those people are using that not only for their fire operations, but for their everyday stewardship stuff, building an IAP for larger events, volunteer events, things of that nature. And what we've seen because of this cooperative burn week is just the springboard of increased fire capacity throughout not just the Loess Hills, but also the state. So, for example, in the last 10 years, just in the Loess Hills, we're burning 3 to 4 times as many acres as what we were when this event started in 2016. And a lot of that is fire practitioners that now can divide their crews and burn multiple units a day, or multiple units simultaneously because they have the trained personnel and the confidence to do so. Next. And from this event, you know, it's spread across the state. And, you know, in the 10 years, we burned over 130 burn units, you know, had over 800 participants, over 25,000 acres burned simply at that event. And that has led to other stuff across the state, expanded fire programs. One of those programs that has also developed in the state of Iowa is the iFire qualification system that is now a part of the Iowa DNR. And this is a 5-tiered system that was developed to mitigate the risk management system within the Iowa DNR. There was not a system in place prior for mitigating any of that risk within the department. So that was formalized. That also is a federally recognized system that the Fish and Wildlife Service recognizes. And that was kind of the catalyst behind everything. The Iowa DNR manages about 35,000 acres of Fish and Wildlife Service properties, mainly along the Great Lakes region and northern part of the state, and then the Iowa River corridor through the central eastern part of the state. And you know, using this system gives a benchmark for people to pursue through their task books and through those different levels. It promotes that continuous development, higher engagement within their organizations, and higher engagement within learning the traits that go along with prescribed fire. And you know, this is essentially a bridge between having little to no system in place, and then hopefully in another decade or two, being in the NWCG world of the qualification system. And then that's also going to be put out to the county conservation boards, so the county government level, for them to adopt if they would like to, and that'll set them up for success within their own systems for that risk management system. Next. And when you combine both the cooperative burn week and this iFire system is kind of where we're sitting as a state. You know, just in the spring of 2025, you know, over 550 burn units were completed, 56,000 acres completed, and that's only what we're able to capture through reporting. You know, there's still a lot of private CRPs that are being burned that don't get reported, and hopefully in the near future, we'll have a system or a dashboard in place that can have interactive data updated very, very quickly. So, you know, throughout the state, we estimate around 80 to 85,000 acres was probably burned this spring. But one of our key things is, you know, that training has led to an increased fire culture and more committed people within the state. So great things are happening in Iowa.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Cody, for sharing that. Next up, from the Pine Tree State of Maine, we have Tim Bickford.
Good morning. I'm Tim Bickford, the chair of the Maine Prescribed Fire Council, and with me is Ranger Alicia Black of the Maine Forest Service. So we thought we'd start out by talking a little bit about our council challenges. We formed in 2019, and over the last 6 years, I've been trying to get an MOU signed by all of the agencies and organizations. It's been a difficult slog, but I think see a light at the end of the tunnel right now, and hope to get that done by this end of this year. When we look at the challenges of burning, oftentimes here, because we have kind of a small number of trained folks and the availability on a good burn window, it's everybody's burn window, so we can only really tackle maybe 1 or 2 fires on a good day. So trying to increase that capacity, particularly with qualified leadership, is one of our goals. So we're working on that. And then weather is always a challenge here to try to get fire done during our prime burn seasons, which are spring and fall, mostly in the fall during late growing season. And this past year posed some difficult challenges where we had a really wet spring, which pretty much eliminated any fire, and a very dry fall, which any prescribed fires we did have needed, maybe several weeks worth of babysitting before those are out and could be left. Next slide, please. Some of our successes, due to some resiliency funding and other funding that some of the council members were able to receive, we did a lot of forest mastication on sites that we are rehabilitating to bring back some of the pitch pine, scrub oak barrens that are a rare natural community here. So that was a huge help in getting these done, and also preparing some forests, the pitch pine forest, for the southern pine beetle infestations that are sort of moving north, and reducing our basal area on those sites. Next slide, please. So we, as you can see, had some small acreages this past year. This doesn't include agricultural burning that happens across a pretty large area of Maine, like blueberry fields in particular. One of our great successes this year is being able to host another Maine Trex event coming up in September. We had a lot of interest, and we're really looking forward to doing that. After the 2022 Trex we hosted, it was very successful, and proud to be able to do it again this year. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Alicia.
All right, so the other success we wanted to highlight, we can actually go ahead and go to the next slide, is the Nature Conservancy, with the support of the Maine Prescribed Fire Council, has been growing a partnership with Maine's indigenous Wabanaki communities to help restore over time their relationship with fire. This culminated in a 2024 prescribed burn at a culturally significant blueberry barren. The burn enabled 3 indigenous fire practitioners to serve in key ignition roles, and several Wabanaki community members to provide cultural knowledge, education, and a traditional blessing. This burn has sparked further collaboration around community wildfire protection and future stewardship of critical cultural resources through the restoration of cultural fire. And that highlights Maine for the year. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia and Tim. A little bit ahead of schedule. You guys are killing it. Next up, get back to my list here. Next up from Maryland, we have Lance Carroll. Lance.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Well, my camera I don't think is working, but so yeah, my name's Lance Carroll. I'm with the Maryland Forest Service. I am the wildfire risk and reduction person for Maryland DNR Forest Service. So yeah, prescribed fire in Maryland's starting to grow. It's been around for a while, but we're starting to branch out into areas that we haven't done before, and it's all done through this really strong partnership that we have. The big 3 is the U.S. Forest Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, which is at Blackwater Refuge, which is on the Delmarva Peninsula, the Maryland DNR Forest Service, and our wildlife and heritage folks, and then also the Nature Conservancy. So the 3 of us, those 3 groups, we burn a lot on Delmarva.
Excuse me, Lance. Sorry, I hate to interrupt you. Can you just maybe get a little closer to your microphone or speak a little louder? Thank you.
So yeah, so the 3 of us, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Maryland Forest Service, DNR, and then the Nature Conservancy, we've been doing a lot of burning on Delmarva. If you go to the next slide, it'll give us some numbers. Can you go to the next slide for me?
Sorry, Lance. We're having a really hard time hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just keep going and we'll do the best we can.
Okay. Yeah, so
he wants you to advance the slide.
There you go. Thank you. This gives us our numbers. So in the eastern region where we do most of our burning, you see we've got 8,000 acres there. And then in western region, we've gotten some acres there too as well. And a lot of that's been done with the drone that TNC has. And it's really helped us get to areas where we couldn't, and it's also stepped up the production rate, and it helps control fire and the smoke. It's just lots of things it just helps us out with. Through the WRR grant that we got through U.S. Forest Service, the state is we've actually got the money to buy another one if we get funded. The grant was accepted, but we don't know if we're gonna get the money this climate. But if it does, that's just gonna let us increase our burning capabilities in the future. If you go to the next slide, please. So through the Delmarva Storage Program, we've stood up a Maryland Prescribed Fire Council, and that's statewide. And that's chaired by Chase McLean. He's from TNC on the Eastern Shore, and then myself, and then some other folks. And that's going to promote prescribed fire through the statewide, through education, through outreach. It's also, if we need to do any kind of litigation, once the fire prescribed council builds momentum, I'm kind of step away. But that way, it's going to be, run by people that are interested stakeholders in prescribed fire, so that if there's any litigation that needs to be done, we'll have some leverage. Also, we've stood up the Eastern Shore Prescribed Burn Association, and that's gonna help people actually become practitioners of fire, so that it's a coalition where they can burn on their own property, and we're really excited about that. And so yesterday TNC hosted one of the field trips here, and it went really well. It showed on the Massawongo Nature Preserve, there's like 6 different orchids in there. One's only found in one place in the state. While we were out there, we heard quail calling. So they're managing for other things besides quail. They're not actually even really managing for quail, but quail are showing up. And just like in Delaware and a lot of the other states, we're really focusing in on improving habitat for quail. That's all I've got from Maryland. Appreciate you guys.
Right back at you. Thank you, Lance.
Yes, sir.
Next up from the Bay State, we have our very own Karen Caljo talking about what's going on in Massachusetts.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Karen, thank you.
Great, good. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm the prescribed fire manager within Mass Wildlife, and I thought I'd highlight some of our partnership projects statewide. And like Maryland, prescribed fire is based on partnership, and we work with many state agencies, federal and municipal, localities, our tribal partners, and our nonprofit organizations, and even private landowners within the state, to use fire as a tool to restore and steward ecosystems, as well as natural communities in our wildlife habitats statewide, and those important cultural resources. So we focus much of our work on a suite of fire-influenced habitats and ecosystems, including maritime and sandplain grasslands, as you can see on the top left, heathlands, freshwater marshes and fens, pine and oak barrens, oak hickory forests, and woodlands. And there are numerous other forested communities that we work in, but those are some of the highlights. And fire, we believe, is a necessary ecological process in many natural communities and a critical tool that we use for restoring and sustaining the diversity of wildlife and plants that we are stewarding here in Massachusetts. Many of our rare and endangered species are found within these habitats, and over 45% of the flora and fauna that we track within our state wildlife action plan actually occur within prescribed fire habitats. We also feel that it's important that prescribed fire is used actively for fuels management, especially within our fire-dependent ecosystems like pine barrens, and it can help decrease the threat of life and property posed by wildfires. And so there's an active campaign to get that message out and work cooperatively with our fire control agencies as well. So we believe that thoughtful use of prescribed fire for active fuels management is so important, and we're getting better at that messaging. So as you can see from this particular slide, burning occurs at different times of years. It depends on the objectives that we're burning for. And we burn in the dormant season, we burn in the early growing season, the later growing season, and all of that is really important. And we vary the frequency of our fire on the landscape as well. So I think we're ready for the next slide. Let's see what we have here. If we could turn to the next slide, please. Great. Oh, could you go back, please, to the previous slide? Thank you. Thanks. This is a busy slide, right? We had a busy prescribed fire season last year, and we actually burned at 63 different sites statewide. That was a number of partners who did that burning. And we burned approximately 3,300 acres during that period of time. Now, most of those burns last year occurred in the dormant season and the spring. And the bulk of the large acreage was accomplished by Mass Wildlife, Department of Conservation and Recreation, and the Army National Guard. Our federal partners also burned during that time, our tribal partners, and Department of Defense. So we had a pretty active season. I look at our portfolio of fire influence sites statewide, and I'd like to see that increased fourfold, you know, over the next few years, and see that increasing those partnerships on private and public lands is really important. So Massachusetts, we did not have a fall fire season, prescribed fire season last year. We usually do have one, but we ran into extreme drought by the end of August, and from October through the end of November, we had a very active wildfire season with over 600 wildfires and well over 4,000 acres. So that burned, and I think I'm getting the signal to move along. As you can see in the bottom photo, our crews are made up of a diversity of partners. We have skills from all different levels, from local fire departments all the way through prescribed burn boss and NWCG quals. So that's really important as we move forward with these projects. Next slide, and I'm just going to wrap up about partnerships. So I just wanted to focus on the fact that we actually don't have a council in Massachusetts. Every year we say, oh, we've got to start that prescribed fire council, but we have a couple of big initiatives that are coming into play, and we have over 35 partners statewide. I'm always worried that we're not including someone in this partnership slide, but we would like to maybe this fall bring our partners together and consider and embark on a couple of new initiatives that we have ready to move forward on. Is my time up, Neil?
It is indeed, Karen. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much for that great summary of all the good things happening in Massachusetts. All right, next up from the Wolverine State of Michigan, we have Mark Sargent. Mark, go for it.
Can you hear me loud enough?
Yeah, there you are, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you. A little bit on my background real quickly. Several years ago, I retired after 30 plus years with the Michigan DNR Wildlife Division. Had numerous positions, but for half my career, I was the Wildlife Division burn coordinator that worked jointly in cooperation with our Forest Management Division. And as well, in 1999, a small group of us helped form the Michigan Prescribed Fire Council in Michigan. So we're about 25 years young. As a lot of councils, we pulled a collaboration of state, federal, and local agencies, NGOs, park departments, contractors, private land universities, and university staff to form the council with a mission to promote and expand the safe use of prescribed fire in Michigan's landscape. And though only 25 years young, our success story is we're still going strong. And I picked out the key components of that as the 6 C's, starting with cooperation, that we developed and built strong working relationship from the many different burn practitioners, from agencies to landowners. When we started in 99, there was somewhat of an attitude that the council was there to help make sure that somebody's oops doesn't tarnish our image. And in the last 10 years, I think that culture has changed, that we can do better by working together. The council, as a non-government organization, was able to work with local governments to remove numerous burn barriers at the county or township level. We worked with legislation to pass a prescribed fire manager certification program. And more recently, this spring, after numerous years of work, we signed a training MOA with all our partners. Continuing education has been a strong part of our program. We have an annual 2-day conference for the last 25 years with speakers. We've covered managements ideas and topics from smoke management to mammals and birds and everything between. More importantly, if you look back to our origin, non-agency staff were not able to receive more formal training. So the council was able to step up, and we've offered 130, 190 training and field days almost annually. We've offered 290 training. We've had 2 crew boss academies, numerous learns to burn. We hosted our first treks in 2024, and this fall in September, we will have a 7-day burn week. Communication is important with the public, and we do that through quarterly meetings. Our meetings are open to everybody that's part of the council, which roughly 170 people in membership. We have our annual meeting. We have a website. We do email blare outs. We're always watching if there's proposed legislation or policies that would alter or expand the opportunities of burning. And we share across party lines and partners about training opportunities. I personally feel one of the strong parts of the council and our strength over 25 years is the ability to build camaraderie, building new relationships, building mentoring, building new partners, and knowing that there's somebody in the council that's always got your back. We've also been very strong in building and continuing our leadership. I've been involved with a lot of different conservation groups, and it's hard to keep leadership strong over a time commitment like 25 years. If you looked at our first 10 years, the leadership was mainly part of the core members. But over the last 10 or 15 years, that's mixed with more and more new people stepping up into leadership roles. And in the last 5 years, newer, young, and diverse leaders stepping up as positions of leadership in the council. So in a summary, our continued success is making a difference, being respected by our peers, and a history of building bridges. better training for all our practitioners within the agencies and out, being safer on our burns, more effective in meeting burn goals, and the passing of a prescribed fire manager certification program, and the signature of a new MOA for training with our partners. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mark. That was great and puts us right back on schedule. We're doing really well here. Next up, we are going back to the beginning with our neighbors to the north, which is a member of as a community rep with the North Atlantic Fire Science Exchange. I'm happy to introduce our Danny Goddard with representing Canada. Michael, do we have Danny on the line, or am I out of order?
So Polly, you'll need to stop the slide and go back to the third slide, please.
Thanks, Michael, and thank you, Polly. Polly was instrumental in coordinating this session. So great, many thanks to Polly and to Michael for coordinating.
Can everyone hear me?
Thank you, Danny, for joining us.
Okay, hello from the Yukon Territory. In my past life, I was actually a fire behavior analyst with IMT teams, and we had a problem in Eastern Canada with the sifters. The fuel types don't match up. So most of the research that was done to create sifters is based on the boreal forest. For those of you that don't know, sifters is the fuel types are conifer, deciduous, mixed wood, slash, and grass. And then there is different fuel types in that. But the softwood forest in New Brunswick is a lot different than the softwood forest in northern Canada, or the boreal forest. So as a fire behavior analyst in the East, there's a lot of art used. So the solution to that was we applied to the federal government to do some research in New Brunswick. Our prescribed fire program is really non-existent at the moment. But because we travel all around the country, we see how the good use of fire around. So we're bringing it back to the East Coast and hopefully doing some research. The New Brunswick government has set aside 1,200 hectares to do research plots to try to nail down the different fuel types. And what our hope is that we can either add modifiers to the existing fuel types or create our own new fuel types. And we're going to do that by, in this 1,200 hectares, burning 1 to 3 hectare plots at a time. Just to advance the Canadian Forest Fire Danger Rating System. We've combined with the 4 provinces in the East. Nova Scotia is really interested in hurricane fuels. I don't know if you know, but they were hit with a few bad hurricanes and they have large tracts of land that are pushed over. When that catches on fire, there's no, it's a lot different than a slash fuel type. You have whole stems, boles of trees that are on fire now. Newfoundland, they're very interested in fuel breaks. So we applied for all this money. We ended up with 2.4 million that was given to us. The New Brunswick government said, yes, we'll set aside some land, which is pretty big for the East Coast, where every stick pretty well in the forest has a date when it's going to be harvested. So in this 1,200 hectares, we have mixed wood, conifer. We actually have heavily intensive forestry where there is pre-commercial thinning, semi-commercial thinning, and we're actually going to light that stuff on fire to see what the primary outputs of the fire behavior system gives us, things like rates of spread, consumption, intensity, so we can really nail down, when our values at risk are going to be impacted by wildfires. Next slide. Okay, so we did this. It's called the Acadian Fuel Complexes, or Wabanaki Forest in the East Coast. It's an area that where we can do these burns safely. It's in the middle of the province, away from values at risk. It's doing in with our stakeholders, all the different Atlantic agencies, and also researchers from the rest of Canada and the Canadian Forest Service. We're going to conduct some fire smart treatments. Fire smart, I forget the name of the program that you use, Firewise maybe, but things like cutting down crown bulk density, removing surface fuels, creating mulch beds, and we'll light that on fire to see what the primary outputs of that fuel type will be. The area is also set aside for the next 50 years, this 1,200 hectares for training. Hopefully we'll conduct our own treks there. And actually to be deployed now as strike team leader or above in Canada, you need to have burn experience. So we're gonna put our people through the paces on this and probably do annual burns every week, every year in a 291 course to just give them that experience of lighting those fuels on fire. Also be used for our aerial resources training ground. We have smoke machines there and areas where they can lay retardant down where it's not going to do any environmental damage. So next slide. Yeah, so this is the area here. As you can see, it's a pretty big area. It's pretty broke up. Those are actual roads around it. So we use those as breaks. Lots of different fuel types in there, as I'm sure you can tell from the color schemes. So we have slash, or conifer fuel types, mixed wood fuel types, and also some grass fuel types. So yes, eventually over the next 50 years, we hope to, with our stakeholders, create some guards and get some of this good work done. Next slide. Oh, I guess that's it. I just want to say where the Canadian Forest Fire Danger Rating System, I'm not sure if you all are familiar with it. I know the folks in Maine are, but there is two other research areas, one in the Northwest Territories and one from in Pelican Mountain in Alberta, where sifters really has their anchors into, and those are in the boreal forest. I will add them to the chat, so if anybody's interested, they can look at them.
Thanks, Danny. That was great. And Amanda Mahaffey did load up the link to the sifters in the chat. So thanks, Amanda, for putting that up there. We have a break coming up. Again, I want to thank all of our presenters. I want to thank Polly Wiegand from the Forest Stewards Guild and Michael Robinson as well. And we will see you all in 10 minutes for our second batch. Thank you. Danny, your camera's still on. Thanks, man.
How do I add those websites or those links?
You should be able to copy and paste it into the chat. Otherwise, you can email it to myself or Michael.
Okay, I got the chat open now.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Everyone, for those of you out there, 1 minute warning. We'll start at 11:50. I have my glasses on. I can see what time it is. All right, we are at 11:50, so we will begin again with our second group of state roundups on what do we call our talks here. First up from the North Star State, we have Lane Johnson. Lane, you've got 5 minutes. You'll see me again when you've got 30 seconds left. Good to see you.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Lane Johnson, and I'm a research coordinator with the University of Minnesota Cloquet Forestry Center and 2025 chair of the Minnesota Prescribed Fire Council. The story I'm sharing here is not my own, but one I want to highlight as an occasional participant, observer, and full-time cheerleader. First slide, please. On May 11th and 12th of this year, wildfires erupted in northeast Minnesota. Our spring prescribed burn season screeched to a halt weeks ahead of normal as regional burn permitting was shut down and wildfire resources were drawn into a multi-week incident 40 miles north of Duluth. As seen at Screen Center, in contrast to fires burning in Manitoba and Ontario, the Camp House and Jenkins Creek fires quickly grew in a 48-hour window and became the Brimson Complex. The Brimson Complex eventually burned through 28,000 acres, or about 50 square miles of land, and destroyed 146 structures. It is a stern reminder of what the Minnesota fire environment is capable of. Next slide, please. 50 miles to the north in Ely, at the edge of the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, wildland fire personnel in the Superior National Forest were still monitoring the 212-acre Finsky prescribed burn when pulled into incident response for the Camp House and Jenkins Creek fires. The Finsky prescribed fire project is in a highly visible location along a scenic forest drive and tucked between a well-loved campground, day-use rec area, private properties, and resort businesses. What's notable about the Finsky prescribed burn is that it's just one in a series of many planned burns carried out across this portion of the Superior National Forest, specifically the high-low project area, where landscape fuels treatments have been strategically placed to restore the near boreal forest patchwork and create areas of tactical value for wildland fire response. The fuels treatments have great ecological and cultural benefit while reducing the risk of wilderness wildfires spilling out of the boundary waters into the built environment of the Ely area, what's been dubbed recently the Greater Ely Fireshed. You can see in this mosaic of false color satellite imagery the size of some of our wildfire patches relative to the city of Ely at image left center. Wildfires like the 2011 Pagani Creek fire, the 92,000-acre amoeba-like blob at image right, have the potential to quickly go big in this landscape, putting communities and livelihoods at risk. Next slide, please. The May 2024 Hegman burn is another recent example in the high-low project area where regionally unique minimum impact prescribed fire tactics have been deployed, implementing RX fire across 208 acres on both sides of the Boundary Waters wilderness boundary. Here we see a wetline wilderness canoe portage used as a fire line to connect a forest road to the natural holding feature of Hegman Lake within the wilderness. All the prescribed fire work implemented in the Ely Fireshed has been made possible by a decade-plus long process of intensive community engagement with incredible dedication exhibited by Superior National Forest personnel and community partners to convey the need for cross-boundary landscape-scale fuels treatments. This work has been matched by a parallel effort to demonstrate fire-adapted communities' best practices, providing residents with the knowledge and resources to take action and improve the fire resilience of their properties and neighborhoods. The first phase of this prescribed fire work in the early 2010s did not have strong community support and was debated, fought, litigated, and revised. Today, we largely have a rural community that more fully understands the importance and value of prescribed fire within these places they care about, and is more accepting and perhaps even inviting of prescribed fire projects implemented in their home landscapes. What makes me excited and hopeful about this ongoing work is that the individuals most vocally opposed to these high visibility prescribed fire projects a decade ago are seeing these successful RX burns occur and remain at the table, participating in respectful community dialogue and the NEPA process to collectively shaped the future of our fire-dependent public lands and communities in one of Minnesota's most cherished landscapes. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Lane. Next up from the Show Me State of Missouri is Ryan Gauger. Ryan, apologies if I mispronounced your last name.
No, you nailed it. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, some, I suppose. My name is Ryan Gauger. I'm the Fire and Stewardship Manager here in Missouri for the Nature Conservancy, but I double as the Missouri Prescribed Fire Council chairperson for this round. So wanted to hit some of the highlights. We have a lot of things going on in Missouri. From the Missouri Prescribed Fire front, prescribed burn associations are becoming more and more a thing for us. I think our first burn association started about 2015, 2014 officially when we started making this push. Thus far, we've gotten about 18 established PBAs with 4 more forming. Our overall goal is to have the entire state covered by PBAs by 2030. I think we're well on the way to that goal. And so we're pretty excited about it. If you want to check more out, there's a little QR code there. You can see the map, but that also takes you to the Prescribed Fire Council website where you can find out more about that and what we have going on. Okay, if we go to the next slide. All right, so we're kind of in a transition phase of the council, and we're trying to figure out kind of what the next steps are. In 2021, we were instrumental in helping get a Prescribed Fire Liability Act on the books for Missouri. We were one of 5 states who did not have anything related to prescribed fire in our legislature. So we were successful in getting that pushed through. So now Missouri landowners have some sort of protections and ability to use prescribed fire in an official way. That was a big move. And after that, we kind of had to figure out what direction we wanted to take the council. And so one of the things we've been really pushing is training for our PBAs to make sure that they are moving forward in their confidence in being able to pull the trigger. And so from hearing from them, one of the big things that was holding them back was the ability to contain fires that got out of their burn unit. So we developed a spot fire workshop. I think we've put on the spot fire workshop 4 or 5 times now through the years, and to high level of success, getting people out on the landscape, putting fire on the ground and having them put it out, learning the process, learning the leadership side of it. And there's a small 2-hour classroom workshop associated with that so that they have a classroom background, then going out and getting the hands-on field experience. A lot of people are really starting to have connection to that, and it's proving worth its weight for these PBAs. We are going to try our first iteration of a prescribed plan or a burn plan writing workshop. That's going to happen in the next couple weeks. Once again, this will be our first class, the guinea pigs, if you will. And but this will get people going through the NRCS burn plan template and give them a baseline of experience and understanding of how to design a unit and get that unit onto paper and in a safe manner using safe prescriptions that we lay out for them. In Missouri, we have a bottleneck where Missouri Department of Conservation, Private Lands Conservation has come out, help them get these burn plans written, but then they have to be reviewed and approved and all those other things. So with so many landowners wanting that, it's been a real challenge to get all the burn plans approved in time. So this is to help with that bottleneck, and we've got a basic approval to provide this training. Anyone who's been provided this training can now write their own burn plan, and then that goes for review. And once it's reviewed, it's good to go. So it lessens the load on the administrators to be able to approve those. So we're very excited about that. Should be seeing results from that in the next year or so. Going on to how we train professionals. So 2025, we hosted our 3rd prescribed fire training exchange here in Missouri. These have been highly successful here, where we bring people from out of state primarily, and helping on burns for all the partners that we have, all the conservation partners. So in 2025, we assisted on 26 fire operations, totaling 18,800-ish acres. But over the last 3 years, we've had 62 fire ops totaling almost 50,000 acres. I'm not saying each one of those burn units wouldn't have happened without our assistance, but because Trex is able to expand the capacity of these different conservation groups, they're able to burn even more units. So we can't really tell what the full impact of this is, because sometimes one burn unit turned into, now they could burn 3 burn units during the same time period in the same region, because we're able to add this influx of people and equipment. So very excited about that. And we're finding now that PBAs are actually starting to pick up this training on their own, and they're wanting to do more in-house trainings. And so we've had several PBAs just take the reins and lead, host Stop the Bleed trainings and also chainsaw safety trainings on their own accord without the Prescribed Fire Council even being involved with it, except for some, assistance on the side. So that's been really great to see them really taking charge. Next slide, please. Final, just a plug. We put together a statewide fire needs assessment. This is very instrumental. We try not to do so much science to where it was overwhelming, but also to where private landowners and private conservationists and political entities could look at this and help understand how burning leads up to these state goals, create a vision for the entire state, and really help people figure out their place in the fire world. So it also helps demystify the process for private landowners. Like, how should I be thinking about burning my own property? What do I need to do about, what are the steps to kind of think about? So hopefully connecting them through that process. If you want to find out more, there's a QR code on there. And I'm assuming that's probably about my time.
It is, Ryan. Thanks a lot. Thanks for that
Thank
summary.
you.
And I have fond memories of burning all across your state back in the day. Next up, representing the Granite State of New Hampshire, is Chris O'Brien. Chris, you'll see me again when you have 30 seconds left.
Sure. Hey, it's Chris O'Brien. I am the Prescribed Fire Coordinator for the state of New Hampshire, and I'm the current chair of the Prescribed Fire Council. So we have a new MOU. It includes the Space Force, New Boston Air Station, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Nature Conservancy in New Hampshire and Maine, the Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests. They would be like the tall timbers of New Hampshire, New Hampshire Fish and Game Department, New Hampshire Forest and Lands, New Hampshire Military Affairs, and then University of New Hampshire Cooperative Extension. So last year, our old agreement expired. That one had been hosted by the U.S. Forest Service. And unfortunately, the U.S. Forest Service got a new agreements person who wasn't very agreeable to that agreement. And I can say that as a Forest Service retiree. So we ended up having to do a new format, which was challenging to get everybody's lawyers to agree on it. So we eventually went with a DoD format, and everybody was happy. And for all the nations we went over in 1 year, once we went with the DoD format, we were done in about 2 weeks. So that was a great success story, and thanks for Space Force, Steve and HR for taking care of that. The other success story we have, next slide, is our Grafton County Woodland Grant. So the Cooperative Extension manages the Grafton County farm. So there's a prison, a nursing home there, and a cow farm, and 700 acres, which includes woodlands. And they have an oak regeneration problem there, like everywhere else in the East Coast. And so we now have like a research place where we have 5-acre units where we can demonstrate different oak things, as well as train firefighters. This grant also includes funding for getting people up to the burn boss level. So this December, we will be hosting with the Northeast Compact a S390 class. So we're really excited about that. And that's all I have for everybody. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Chris. Representing the Garden State next is Jeremy Weber. Jeremy.
Good morning and afternoon to some of you. So I'd just like to talk about some of the milestones of New Jersey. 2025 marks the 90th year using prescribed fire in New Jersey. Got a long history of it here in the state. For the last 10 plus years now, or give or take, we've been doing an exchange program off and on for several years with students and professionals from New York, Pennsylvania, Montana, Utah, Arizona, and Idaho, giving everyone a chance to experience the pine barrens and the fuels receptive of those fuels here in the Garden State. We've also been very active in science and research with the Silas Little Research Station here at the part of the Northern Research Station for the U.S. Forest Service. And we've worked with several partners with them as well. We also have taken pretty good, or a lot of, I guess, pride in, since the 2007 fire at the Warren Grove bombing range, we've been able to put the entire range on a 5-year cycle. And part of that cycle is the main impact area being burned every other year, or the third year at the longest duration or interval. We sent a number of people to the Prescribed Fire Training Center in the last few years. A very good experience for individuals to go down there and experience different fuel types. And in 2018, we were able to pass the Prescribed Fire Act or Prescribed Burn Act for New Jersey. We had legislation allowed us to burn before that, but this legislation, as in many of the states that have recently passed some burn acts, gave us practitioners a lot more protections and liability protection. It also expanded the use from what was traditionally done only for hazard fuel reductions, and it also indicated the ability to create a certification program in the state. Next slide. Some of the acres that we've treated over the last few years, the top one in 2018 marks a blue. It kind of indicates a year that we had very significant rainfall or snow across the entire state, which limited our ability to get fire on the ground. And then you can see a fluctuation after that, a high being just under 29,000 acres in 2019. And then as you come down to 2025, which many of the states experienced here in the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast, that long, extensive fire season that we had in the fall of 2024, we found it to really hold over long into or early into 2025. So a lot of the fires that we were seeing early in the year, wildfire-wise, we were noticing a lot of ground burning happening. So it's burning into the turf pretty readily. In many parts of the states, up until early mid-March, we were seeing KVI still in the 400s, which was really high. So we took a proactive approach to restrict a lot of our burns in the forest land to very small units to make sure that they weren't going to continue to burn and create smoke issues, and largely pushed our guys to just burn in grassland areas in the central and southern part of the state. Next slide, please. So moving forward, we have just embarked a PO with the Forest Stewards Guild and Tall Timbers to create a certified prescribed burners course for New Jersey, and I believe our kickoff course should happen at the end of 2026. We're still working on PBA rules and regs. Not sure how the other states are, but anything that deals with rules and regs in New Jersey is a bureaucratic mess. RXB mobile trailers, we've purchased 2 trailers and all the supplies to outfit them. We're just waiting for our shop or R&D people to be able to outfit those out, and those will be used for private landowners to help assist with their prescribed fire operations on the landscape. We continue to work with our Silas Little research partners moving forward, and we're looking to get one of the ignition systems for the drones. Large part, we've been an air-based operation with our helicopters. Very fortunate to have 3 Jet Rangers and 2 Hueys in our fleet to help with our firing operations and just operations in general. We have embarked on a fire shed and shared stewardship planning tool with the Timmons Group to basically put the actions and treatments that are happening on the ground on the map, and allow private landowners and consultants to upload theirs as well. that will help planning across the landscape, cross boundaries, moving forward, and it'll be a dynamic tool, a living tool at that. And then we've also, the last thing I'm going to talk about is embarked on a Joint Chiefs grant with NRCS and the U.S. Forest Service to help promote the prescribed fire and the environmental quality incentive program for NRCS across the state. And with that, I'll
Great.
turn
Thank
it
you.
over to
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy, for sharing what's going on in New Jersey. Next up from the Empire State, we have TJ Carpenter. TJ, 5 minutes.
Do you see my video? I don't see video.
Nope, we got your slide up. And we
Okay.
can see you on the participant list, but we can't see you, which is fine.
Okay, as long as you can hear me. So,
Yeah.
good afternoon from New York. TJ Carpenter, Assistant Fire Management Officer with the New York State Forest Rangers. I'd like to kind of give an overview of where we are in New York for prescribed fire and then some of our recent accomplishments. Next slide. So you can kind of see going back approximately 15 years, kind of where we came from. So it's kind of hard to see on the slide, but I mean, we're talking 200 acres total treated, 17 years ago. So if you look at that slide, you can see other than 2020, which is a COVID year, we've made pretty good progress throughout the state. And this is all DEC and Albany Pine Bush prescribed fires that we're showing here. So next slide. Some of the accomplishments. So seeing the number of prescribed fires and the number of acres with a steady increase since approximately 2008. One of the things that we're happy with is the integrity of our program. So to conduct a prescribed fire on DEC lands in New York, you have to be a RXB2 NWCG qualified burn boss. So that path goes through the wildland fire part, so it's not an easy task to accomplish. So in New York, you can count the number of RXB2s on one hand. So we need to make sure that as we expand the program, we can do it with the right qualifications and the right people. So that's one great accomplishment is we've been able to increase the number of acres, we've been able to increase the number of burns, and we've done it in a safe and efficient way. One of the things that we started doing recently in 2022, we call them prescribed fire modules. So what we do is we gather qualified burn bosses, firing bosses, engine bosses, and squad bosses, as well as trainees, and we break them up into modules and create a rotation from basically mid-March to end of May, and we send those modules down to Long Island predominantly to assist with prescribed fires down there in the Pine Barrens fuel type. So Long Island has a lot of acres in prescription and a lot of burn plans written, but they don't necessarily have all the resources they need to complete all those prescribed fires. So a lot of parts of the state are not active in prescribed fire at all. So this is a great way to get forest rangers and DEC staff from other parts of the state where they don't have an active prescribed fire program, get them down to Long Island, have them help the Long Island staff down there. So they're accomplishing their goal of more acres and more prescribed fire, and we're getting great experience and training opportunities for those rangers and DEC staff that might not normally have that opportunity. Interagency and intra-agency cooperation. There's been a great push here lately from within the DEC, from our lands and forest partners and our wildlife, as well as obviously the Albany Pine Bush. So I think land managers in the DEC, whether it be a state forest with the lands and forests or a wildlife management area with the biologist, I think they're seeing the increased capacity for prescribed fire and the benefits that it has when it comes to habitat improvement. So that's just within our agency. And then our interagency cooperations, we recently did for the first time a prescribed fire on New York State Parks and Rec land. That's something that we've been working on, and I know Albany Pine Bush has helped with that. That's something we have not done in the past, and we're entering into hopefully an MOU with them to start looking at some of their other state park properties to conduct some prescribed fire. And then also some of the cooperators that we have in Long Island, the Central Pine Barrens Commission, the Brookhaven National Lab, and then numerous federal partners throughout the state as well. And then the last part there is the geographic footprint. So I talked a lot about Long Island, but there's always been a tradition of prescribed fire in the Albany Pine Bush, Central, and Finger Lakes. And just recently, we started doing some prescribed fires in the Catskills and even in the Lake Ontario Plains up towards the St. Lawrence River. So we're starting to really expand our program, and as long as we can expand it in a safe and efficient way, that's kind of our goals going forward. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, TJ. Next up, we have Tom Schuman from the Buckeye State of Ohio. Thank you. Sorry, I was muted.
No problem. You hear me all right?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So just wanted to go in real quick. Prescribed Fire Council has been active since about 2013. So we're just on over 10 years. Prescribed Fire Council has hosted workshops for the past 4, 5, 6 years. Tried to do an annual workshop and then also workshops, just kind of a hands-on, maybe a couple speakers, and then folks that are doing out in the field type activities. They've also helped. So I work for Division of Forestry. I'm prescribed fire administrator. So they've helped us with some rules revisions for state laws and regulations. And then we have a prescribed burn manager class, so certified prescribed fire manager program. And they've helped us with instructors and some of the curriculum that we have for that the last few years. If you want to advance, go ahead. So wanted to talk a little bit about our STEP grant program. So this is Division of Forestry has done this. So this probably will look familiar from Larry's information. So what our goal was, we wanted to restore, maintain dependent fire landscapes. So not just us, but across all jurisdictions, expand use of prescribed fire as a management tool and to meet objectives. And then to maintain and increase extent of fire-dependent ecosystems and use of fire's disturbance process. So a lot of the prescribed burning that goes on in the state is metro parks, county park districts, things like that. I'd say acreage-wise, probably close to or more than what the state lands or federal lands burn. But numbers wise, they definitely have a lot more burns. Definitely have seen a lot of increase in prescribed burn contractors over the last few years. And another thing that we've done is created a database that has prescribed burn contractors that landowners can go look up for EQIP or other projects that they have. Go ahead on the next slide. So what does the STEP grant stand for? So it's supplies, tools, education, and personal protective equipment. So this grant is basically focused to prescribed burn managers or prescribed burn programs so that they can get the stuff they need. So we saw as the Division of Forestry, where would money make the best bang for the buck, and that was through this grant. So they can get foam, weather kits, hose parts, all that stuff. So tools, a lot of folks are getting hand tools to supplement what they already have. Educational, that was a big aspect. So people that want to put up educational signs, displays, could be funded through this. And then the other big one, I think, is the personal protective equipment. So the Nomex and fire shelters, things like that they need to outfit their burn crew. You can go ahead. So what we did is we have a 50-50 grant, and it's a pass-through grant through us. No single item exceeding $4,999. Kind of mentioned that we have a lot of park districts, county parks, things like that. So state agencies are eligible. So Division of Wildlife, Natural Areas and Preserves, and then also local land management agencies that are nonprofits. So, like educational nonprofit groups that have land that they burn, they can apply as well. So we funded this through the wildfire risk reduction monies, kind of in conjunction with the cohesive strategy. So far, since 2018, we've done over 70 grants and over $200,000 worth of awards. So it's been pretty successful. It's not huge amounts of money, but definitely for some of these park districts and folks that don't have a budget for it, they could really get what they needed. So it's been very successful for us. Go ahead. And so kind of our desired result, we want better equipped fire practitioners, want to make sure that prescribed fire education gets out there, and then more opportunities for partners to use prescribed fire and not be limited by tools and equipment. So that's what I have on that. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Next up, representing Keystone State is Todd Brenger. Todd.
All right. Thanks, Neil. My name is Todd Brinier. I'm the prescribed fire specialist for Pennsylvania Bureau of Forestry. I also serve on the board of directors for the Pennsylvania Prescribed Fire Council, as well as being on the board for the Coalition of Prescribed Fire Councils. I'm going to start off a little bit by talking about the Pennsylvania Prescribed Fire Council. If you look here, this is a list of our active steering committee over the years that we've had, and it's a very diverse group. If you go across the top there, you have a lot of the federal agencies that work within the state. The next two lines down there are all the state agencies, including the university, and pretty important is our environmental protection for air quality. It's good to have them on board with everything. And then below that, you're moving more into the conservancies and nonprofits, where we go from local ones to big ones such as the Nature Conservancy that's worldwide, and right aside that's a land trust that's local. So a really good mix of people and organizations that are in here, even a hunting club. So it's pretty good group that we have. We're an active council. We've been around since around 2005, I think, is when we started. We have over 300 members currently that are in there. We do national, we put on some NWCG courses, do some learn and burns, have an annual meeting. Social media is pretty busy. And we do some tours. The tour we had yesterday, it's actually a 2-day tour because they have so much to cover. It's going on today as well. We had over 80 people sign up for it. So pretty active council that we have. Next slide, please. The council did help us change the law back in 2009 for the Prescribed Burn Practices Act, which gave the practitioners as well as landowners some of those protections that they were looking for, as long as they were following the standards that we put out. And early on, our standards pretty much mirrored what the national NWCG standards were for burn boss, and worked well for agencies, made it very hard for private landowners. You look at the chart here, this is showing a pretty good upward trend of burns throughout the years. Kind of started to level out around 15,000 acres for the last few years. Currently, 2025, we're right up at that 15,000 acre mark. So we're going to have quite a bit more with the summer and fall seasons to go yet. A lot of plans are on the books. We just need those windows to get a lot of these burns in. Problem we have here is only annually about 200 to 300 acres of these acres are private lands. So we do have a big issue, and
80%, more than 80% of Pennsylvania is privately owned. So we're not getting the fire where we really need it on private lands. Next slide, please. So the solution we came up with was a certified burn manager program for the state. The goals of this program were to get prescribed fire on private lands and provide a pathway for landowners as well as consultants to get certified and prescribed fire so they can actually get some of those protections that the law has there. Our first class was put on in August of this past year. We teamed up with Tall Timbers to come up with the actual coursework. It's a 3-day training, and when you get qualified, it's only for low complexity burns right now. We'll worry about higher complexity burns down the road. We just wanted to crawl before we could actually get up there and run. But the 3-day training that we put on, it covers all the elements of a burn plan, the burn objectives, legal considerations, safety, weather, fire behavior, smoke management, firing techniques, contingencies, everything that you would see in a normal burn plan. One of the things we do require of the people before they get into the training is to have all the classes that a national firefighter type 2 would have. So the S-130, 190, the L-180. So they need that coursework before they come into the actual class. As John had mentioned before, talked about earlier today about mentoring process, we actually have that as well in with the program. Once they get through the training, we try to hook them up with mentors that they can work with and try to get them out, look at the burn units and help them with the burn planning. And actually on burn day, when they go out and burn, we require a minimum of two burns as a mentor to get signed off before you do it. Some will require a little bit more than 2 burns, obviously, but that's the minimum is working with the mentoring. It seems to be working pretty well. Some of the lessons learned, we wanted to, the 3-day course was a little much for some of the people because a lot of this is private landowners are taking off to come out and, they're having to stay at a hotel somewhere. So what we tried to do is next class we're rolling out, we're going to add some online segments, working with Tall Timbers again to put some online sections to give us more time in class to cover other elements. And we're going to drop it to a 2-day class with the addition of those online trainings. And then we're going to put a 3rd day that's optional for the students for burn plan writing. They seem to be struggling with burn plan writing with the prescriptions and everything. So we're adding that into the class for this year as a 3rd day that they can focus on that. As far as future steps, we have next class coming up in October. We're looking at trying to get equipment trailers and eventually trying to get some kind of prescribed burn association up and running. But one of the key things is to keep the people engaged. They definitely have to keep in contact with the people that go through the class. And currently we have 5 people that have gone through the program and are totally certified. And we have many that are really close. And with that, that's the end of my program.
Right on time, Todd. Thank you so much. Next up from the Ocean State, we have Ben Arnold from Rhode Island. Ben.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Arnold. I'm a fire control officer for the state of Rhode Island. The intent of this presentation is to share some of the challenges and successes in implementing a prescribed fire program in the state. So Rhode Island's prescribed fire program is still relatively young, while Rhode Island's Department of Environmental Management has used prescribed fire in the past. It was mostly reliant on contractors to meet objectives. We began developing prescribed fire qualifications amongst our staff in 2022. The first challenge was having a relatively small staff. Go ahead and click, Polly. Thanks. DEM's forest fire program staffs only 5 full-time positions, seen here, and just a few short years ago, we didn't have the proper NWCG qualifications to conduct burns on our own. Fortunately, through funds provided by a WRR grant, we were able to onboard 2 contract employees. Go ahead and click it, Polly. Dave Walker and Bob Panko, both retired federal fire employees. And these gentlemen serve as mentors to our burn crew. They assist with writing burn plans and assist with completion of task books and qualifications necessary to grow our program. Specifically, positions like holding boss, firing boss, ICT4, and burn boss qualifications were priority training goals. Being able to utilize these WRR funds was one of the biggest successes in building capacity amongst our current staff. And I mention this because I suspect that many on this call likely rely on grant funding for prescribed fire projects and programs. I also know that the future of grant funding right now is a bit uncertain, but it can't be understated how valuable this WRR grant was for us. Go ahead and click, Polly. An additional challenge was supplemental burn crew. We needed to have enough firefighters to call on in order to meet burn crew numbers as outlined in our burn plans. Go ahead and click again, Polly. To accomplish this, we trained local fire department members and DEM employees outside of the fire program. This includes employees from DEM's division of Fish and Wildlife, Parks, Air Quality, and many others. Starting in 2023, we began hosting NWCG's S13190 firefighter training. And as you can see in the photos, we've been holding this class annually for the last 3 years. We've trained 35 DEM employees and 33 fire department members to the firefighter type 2 level. And these are the people we call on for our prescribed fire projects. Go ahead, click it again, Polly. So real quick, I'll just share some of the measurable achievements of our prescribed fire program. So in 2023, we were able to conduct 3 projects for around 50 acres. In 2024, that increased to 10 prescribed fire projects for about 130 acres. Thus far in 2025, we've completed another 10 projects for just shy of 100 acres, and that's thus far. We hope to do more this year. I realize that these aren't big numbers, and usually everyone tends to focus on acreage as a measurement of achievement. However, for our small but growing program, this is kind of a big deal, considering just a few short years ago, we were barely putting any fire on the landscape. Good, click it again, Polly. So just some of the task books that we've completed. We've had 1 person complete an engine boss, 4 firing bosses, 2 ICT4s. We have 3 people that completed the prescribed fire type 3 burn boss, and then 1 RXB2. Click it again, Polly. And as far as people working on task books, we have a gaggle of firefighter type 1 folks that are working on that, another single resource boss, couple of ICT4s, and 2 more folks working on prescribed fire burn boss. Click it again, Polly. In closing, we hope to continue to add more burn plans, more burn bosses, and burn crew in order to grow our program and complete more prescribed fire projects. Thank you for your time.
Ben, that's fantastic. Congratulations on that growing program. That's huge. Our neighbors to the east, the Green Mountain State, do not have a representative with us today because they are on an assignment. So we're going to move next to West Virginia, the Mountain State. And sorry, Patrick.
Okay, thanks for having me. I'll tell you what, listening to some of the age of the prescribed fire councils on these presentations and being referred to in their infancy has done a lot for my morale as the current chair for the West Virginia Prescribed Fire Council. We had our first meeting, organizational meeting, kind of at the urging of the National Park Service in 2022. And it was about a year later to date that we had our bylaws passed and became organized. So we're about 2 years old. And so it makes me feel good that I've heard reference to relatively young with some of the councils being as much as 6 years active. So definitely good for our morale. Basically in West Virginia, in 2018, the West Virginia DNR, the State Wildlife Agency, they were the driving force behind passing some legislation which established a methodology for training and certification for the application of prescribed fire on private lands. And that was a major need. Right now, that's a unicorn. There's no applicable legal process for prescribed fire on private lands in West Virginia. That 2018 legislation was fairly thorough. Unfortunately, that was right at the last minute. The liability, the specific designation of liability was removed on the Senate floor. And without that important part of the legislation, obviously contractors that were in the prescribed fire business that were interested in helping private landowners could not obtain insurance for prescribed fire. So it pretty much made everything null and void. And so many entities, the different federal agencies and state game agencies were aware of the need. But I think, as somebody mentioned in the chat, Tom Fielden from the National Park Service, he put it back on the forefront, and he said, we need to get this going. I didn't introduce myself beyond my name. I'm the district biologist for the National Wild Turkey Federation for West Virginia, and I had been involved in the discussions from the beginning. So we started the process, and we have a strong council in place. If you would go ahead and go to the next slide. We have pretty much every entity that's involved with public land management and private land management in West Virginia on the council. We currently have a couple seats open, which we're working to fill. But this has been a very strong talking point in this discussions we've had to move forward for legislation to modify that West Virginia code to add our intent for liability coverage or liability definition. The purpose, or I guess you could say, or one of the things that's really helped a lot with the nonprofits, and particularly with the National Wild Turkey Federation, is I've been able to lean on the district biologists in other regions, part of which have worked with folks on this with these presentations today from Indiana and Illinois, John Burks and Ryan Boyer. So I've been able to get a lot of good information to help move this process forward. And I actually just had a call yesterday talking about the recent legislation that Indiana passed. Congratulations, because we're definitely using a lot of those same talking points to move our agenda forward. So this is real important to the nonprofits, the NGOs. Our primary goal is to support our partners to meet their management objectives. For the NWTF specific and some of the other nonprofits, we have a strong partnership with the NRCS in West Virginia with private lands biologists, and we're wanting to establish a prescribed fire field code or field sheet worksheet for application for private landowner management plans using cost share funds from the Farm Bill, and that's something that we really think we can capitalize on. So we also think that if we can build that support on private land, that will carry over to a stronger support or the tide of public perception will carry over to public land. And we have 3 national forests in West Virginia. We have the Monongahela, the George Washington, the Jefferson. So we have significant public land. We also have the New River Gorge National Park, which has a vested interest for fuels reduction and some other management objectives. So, we're really trying to work collaboratively to enhance that ability on both the federal lands and through, instituting this opportunities on private lands. But the other things that beyond the legislation that we're working on, or I guess challenges for a really new council, is we're working on our nonprofit status and just general startup funds, and the ability to get the appropriate legal help was a challenge. But we did have a law group to step up and is assisting us with that in West Virginia. So that's helping and moving right along. And then the other thing that we're working on right now is a website. We're at a very thorough professional website where we can obviously start the information education aspect of our mission statement, so we can start applying that and start building support for the Prescribed Fire Council in West Virginia. So with that, I'll wrap it up, and thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thank you for joining us, Cully, and thanks for putting that presentation together. Next up from the Badger State, we have Jim Ellison. Jim.
Thanks, Neil. In Wisconsin, we've got a fire needs analysis that tells us that we should be burning 1 million acres a year and just to maintain our existing fire-dependent ecosystems. The Wisconsin Prescribed Fire Council has set a goal to increase our current 50 to 75,000 acres a year that we're collectively doing now to 500,000 acres by 2034. And the council has identified increasing capacity as the greatest need to achieve that goal. The demand we have for prescribed fire is much greater than our capacity to burn. And so any other measures that we take to increase burning are just rearranging our limited resources that we have. We really need to increase our capacity. And the Prescribed Fire Council is in a unique position to be able to bring about the collaboration that's needed to do that. Next slide. We've got members that represent all sectors of firelighters in Wisconsin, federal, state, local agencies, land trusts, and other conservation groups, contractors, volunteers, private landowners. So we've got about 200 members now representing all those groups. And what we're doing to move forward to increase capacity, we've developed what we're calling the Wisconsin Standard Training Curriculum, which is an alternative to the NWCG training track that's practical and achievable for people that are doing prescribed burns in Wisconsin. We've got curriculum at all 3 levels, crew member, squad boss, and burn boss. And we're partnering with the DNR with a certification program that has just kicked off in June. We're starting to take applications now to certify burn bosses at the moderate complexity level. And those are people that we're calling so-called professional burn bosses who work for contractors or organizations that are doing multiple burns on multiple sites within a year. Another thing we're doing is collaborating with other conservation organizations, with the land trusts and other organizations who want to either establish their internal capacity to burn or increase their existing capacity. So we're targeting our training to not just get people trained, but to help these organizations get their capacity up and running so we can all get more burning done. And then fourth, we're targeting private landowners. Like a lot of states in the region, we've got 80% or so of the land is privately owned. We're providing training to landowners and also assistance in forming prescribed burn associations to empower people to burn on their own land. And this is a little separate, a distinct goal from certifying professional burn bosses who are going to be qualified to burn anywhere in the state. Next slide. For our first 20 years of the Fire Council, we've been a volunteer organization. And over the past few years, we've been adding staff. We've got some grant funding to support 2 half-time employees who are helping strengthen and organize our volunteer efforts. We're undergoing a fundraising program right now to try to expand the staffing, to expand those positions to a long-term basis and hopefully to a full-time basis, and also to add professional organizational leadership. So we've got a goal now of hiring an executive director within the next year to solidify our efforts and our abilities to advance our strategies. And that's the nutshell for Wisconsin. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Jim. And last but certainly not least is Daryl Jones representing the Coalition of Prescribed Fire Councils. Daryl?
Yeah. Hey, everybody. So I'm Daryl. I'm the fire chief for the South Carolina Forestry Commission and the chair of the South Carolina Prescribed Fire Council at the moment, and also chair of the coalition. And you can go to the next slide. I really just wanted to make sure everybody understood today kind of what we're here for, and maybe you aren't familiar with our coalition. I know several of our board members are here with us today. The coalition was formed really in 2009, although it was tossed around and discussed earlier than that. But really, we are here to get more fire on the ground, make sure the resources are managed and we are able to use fire. And really, we are here to support you as the councils and, do what we can to support what you're doing and get some info from you that maybe helps us all. So if the next slide, this map, excuse me, is fairly up to date. But really, we're here to help councils. I've talked to several states in the last couple of years that or individuals are trying to figure out how to start a council or want examples of how other states are doing it or what their structure is like or examples of bylaws and successes that have worked other places. So that's something we try to, not all of us on the board are experts at that or no, but we do have a way to find the right resources, and we try and find someone local to you, the closest state that's had success, and tie them with you. And there's really two pieces of that. New councils just starting from zero is one issue. Another that we've seen is councils that have been in existence a while and maybe one or two people change or move or something happens, and they're trying to reform or rejuvenate what they've had and not lose ground. Our goal really is to fill in this whole map and have a council everywhere representing the burners and the practitioners and the landowners and the managers, and making sure we have that ability to keep using fire. And part of that is supporting the councils and getting new ones going. Part of that is the data, and probably our biggest output that everybody sees is the National Prescribed Fire Use Survey Report. We started that as a coalition really in 2012, and it was the first time really that all that data from all 50 states was collected and sort of tabulated. And we did that with the National Association of State Foresters. We're able to reach through the state foresters and get as much data as we could, and that has changed and been a moving target over time. But really what we're trying to build is a series of reports initially every 3 years, and now we're trying to shorten that cycle to show as a whole and as a region, the National Association of State Foresters region, what the trends are and what some of the issues are. And we've asked things in the survey like, what are barriers to burning? What are issues that you see? And we've also tried to be a source and a resource for some information as the air quality standards change. So there's some, uncertainty and opportunities to comment. And so we tried to help with that. If you can go to the next slide. We did the report a couple years ago. We're in preparation to get the 2024 report out. It's in sort of edits and final edits now. We are working, and we have sort of pushed some info to NWCG to help with many of you on here and others to try and find a prescribed fire training pathway, maybe through NWCG, that doesn't tie back to all the suppression experience and requirements. So that's something that we keep poking through NWCG. We have had calls in the past, and we continuing to do some of this, calls with PFC leadership, sort of like the group that's on here today, but touch and base, make sure we are, a resource and available and helping those PFCs, whether it's a need they have for examples of laws or bylaws or support letters for grants or other things they're doing. One project we're working on now is in December. We're hosting a roundtable discussion for representatives from PFCs, councils that from anywhere that attend. We're going to have a session for all the groups, the councils, to get together and have very short talks about what's going on and what we can help them with at the Fire Ecology Conference in New Orleans in December. And we're also working with the PBAs and trying to make sure that that we have those folks represented as part of our group too. And if you go to the next slide, our final slide, we do want to be a resource. The board is made up of people from all over right now. It's Nebraska, Kansas, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Texas, Florida, Colorado, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina. As we get vacancies on the board, we try and make sure we aren't all focused on one region. We want representation around the country, so we have a local, closer resource. So help us by participating with us, asking us questions, getting us to write those letters for you, using that prescribed fire use report, maybe helping us get the data if a state is having trouble with data, the last ask, we had some of the council members help us get that data together. Keep us informed of your leadership as your councils change all the time. And we really need to know and would like to know who a good contact with each council is in case we need something and can help you with something or get some information that we need. And also share your successes, because we do like to use that data and those stories to help other councils and find different ways of doing things, or maybe good ideas that they can take back to their council. So you can see our website here. You can contact me or any of our board members and ask us for help and, see how we can help you. But just remember, we're a resource and we are here to support you, and we want to keep the councils vibrant and active and out there. So I appreciate the opportunity, and I will end it right there.
Thank you, Daryl. And
Yes.
huge thanks to all of our presenters for the last couple of hours. It's great to get a snapshot of what's happening all across the region and just how much, one of the goals of this workshop for the past 3 years and hopefully moving forward is to continue to build community and capacity for more good fire. And clearly that's happening. So thank you all for taking the time to pull those presentations together. There were a couple of questions in the Q&A feature, which we do not have time for. However, I will ask that those folks, if you copy and paste those questions into the chat, they'll be archived and we can follow up with our presenters later. And with that, I am going to pass the drip torch over to Gary for our wrap up. Thank you, Gary.
And thank you, Neil. I'm Gary Werner with the Wisconsin Prescribed Fire Council here in Madison, Wisconsin, in the ancestral lands of the Ho-Chunk Nation, one of the tribes in Wisconsin which is actively burning some of the lands that they are stewarding. I hope you enjoyed this round robin this morning of really a pretty impressive array of activities and projects, programs underway throughout our 20-state region, and to hear some of what's been happening in our adjoining neighbor to the north, in at least the eastern provinces of Canada. I also hope that you took a lot of inspiration, as I did, from the presentations on Tuesday from Stephen Pine and Basile Panic and Mary Huffman about the cultures, the many cultures of fire, and basically giving, I think, a background, a grounding, if you will, for us to understand the long tradition that we're following in, and maybe give new ideas, approaches to what we're doing. As Neil mentioned, we're all about, with these workshops, providing a forum for information exchange, best practices, but also opportunities for us to learn from one another and collaborate with one another across agencies, across states, boundaries, and whatever. And we hope that you're all taking advantage of this opportunity. There have been a number of questions asked along the way about whether or not the workshop is being recorded. All of the workshop has been recorded and will be available to all of you who have participated. That information will be provided from Michael Robinson, our facilitator. The other thing, we know that many of you participated in the field trips, either the on the ground in-person field trips or the virtual field trip experience yesterday, and we would like to collect the information from the field trips. So if you have pictures, if you have videos, if you have comments about the field trips, please also send them to Michael, so that can be included in the sort of the archive of this workshop. The other thing that we've added in is at the very end today or after this session via a separate link, which has been provided in the chat and in the QR code, starting at 1:15 Eastern Time, 12:15 Central Time, we will have a more open discussion so that you all can respond back if you want to participate in it about things that you've learned from this workshop, ideas that have been promoted and such like. So we encourage you to take a bit of a break after this wrap up and then join us again at 1:15 Eastern Time. The other thing I need to remind you about is you've received an evaluation form for each day of the workshop, and we were very encouraged by the number of people who filled out those and returned those forms for Tuesday. We also want one from you at the end of the day today. Again, that you'll receive that form. And besides the kind of questions that were already asked on the Tuesday forum, there are a couple of additional things I want to stress today. We assume that we're going to have a fourth annual workshop next year. And to prepare for that workshop, we need to know what kind of topics, what sort of things that we should be focusing on that would best help you get more good fire on the ground safely. Also, you know, we've managed to find really inspiring presenters like John McCabe this morning, Stephen Pine, Basile Panic, Mary Huffman on Monday. We're always looking for more leads or tips from people about who would be great person, inspiring person to give us a presentation next time around. And then lastly, we have a small, very dedicated group of folks who have stuck together and planned these 3 workshops. I think we're going to continue. I don't think any of us are going to go away, but we do need more help. And in fact, I'll put in a plug, being here from the Great Lakes states. Jack and I, Jack from Minnesota, me from Wisconsin, we're the sole representatives from this part of the region that have been involved in planning. The bulk of our team has been from the Northeast, and really thank them for that. But we could use some more people, particularly from this part of the region, so that we get your perspective included in planning. So if you'd like to help us, please let us know that when you fill out the evaluations for today. Okay, one other major announcement I have is the planning team for this workshop. We've also been working on developing an awards and recognition program aimed at acknowledging and providing recognition of the outstanding achievements in wildland fire in our region. And we're still working on the details of this program, but we are very happy to announce, and this is with the support of the Northeast Regional Strategy Committee and the Tallgrass Prairie and Oak Savanna Fire Science Consortium, that we will be awarding next year the Craig M. Meyer Northeast Midwest Regional Prescribed Fire Awards as the first of the awards to be established. These will be given in honor and memory of Craig Meyer, the coordinator of the Tallgrass Prairie and Oak Savannah Fire Science Exchange, who passed away quite unexpectedly in November 2024. Craig was a passionate advocate who helped plan the 3 regional workshops we've had so far, and was an energetic organizer to getting more people together to share knowledge, skills, and enthusiasm for prescribed burning. As I said, in 2026, during what will be the 4th workshop, the first of these awards, the first of the Craig M. Meyer Northeast Midwest Regional Prescribed Fire Awards, one of which will be the Prescribed Fire Science Advancement Award, and a second, the Prescribed Fire Implementation Award, will be presented in honor of Craig because of the contributions he's made. There'll be 2 separate awards given in each of the categories, one to an individual and one to a team or organization or entity. And as a brief description of what we have at this point, the Prescribed Fire Science Advancement Award will recognize significant contributions in the field of prescribed fire science within the Northeast and Midwest 20-state region, advancing safe and effective prescribed fire application. And then the second award, there will be the Prescribed Fire Implementation Award, that will recognize the significant contributions in the field of prescribed fire management and implementation within the Northeast and Midwest 20-state region, preferably supporting expanding the amount of safe and effective use of prescribed fire implemented in a collaborative manner across the landscape. As this program is developed, we will share information later this year about the details of it, and we'll call for nominations for worthy people and entities to be nominated for these awards. Okay, at this point, as again, a reminder about the open discussion session, which will start at 1:15 Eastern time. But I want to turn things back to Dave Salino, who started us off on Tuesday morning, and he has some final words to share with us.
Hey, Gary, thank you very much, and great job at recognizing Craig's all of his efforts. He really was one of the founding brainchilds of putting this endeavor on. So, so thank you. I wanted to close out with some recognition of another important individual, and that's Larry. Larry Mastic. We opened the conference this time on Tuesday morning with the announcement. Larry is going to go into his 2nd retirement, and boy, he's been a huge friend to us, a huge supporter. Really, this 3rd annual workshop, the workshop in general, was one of his ideas and one of his passions and bucket list items going back. I can remember probably 5 years ago we started talking about this. So so I wanted to throw up a little bit of a screenshot here that I have. I'm going to share. We'll share my screen one more time, and then we'll put this up here. And I want to give folks at least a chance to reach out to Larry through a kudos board. Thanks to Polly, who's going to sort of be the interim, run the interim duties as coordinator for the Northeast RSC. And so she has set up a kudos board, and there's a QR code there, and I put the website address in there as well. And so what we would love to see is for those of you that have known Larry for a long time, may have some pictures of him. I shared some at the beginning, at the opener. send that information on to Polly and myself. We're probably going to have a future gathering. Larry's on here, and I'm going to ask him to pop his camera on and really give him the final word as we close out here. But and I'm sure he's a little shy on the attention, but it's well deserved, folks. There would not be the work coming out of the Northeast Regional Strategy Committee and the connection to the Wildland Fire Leadership Council from the Northeast, the facilitation, the collaboration, all of the successes that we can list out from the Northeast region without Larry Mastic. I can't emphasize that enough. So I'm going to miss him, although we're still going to be in touch. And my bet is that we'll see him come back in and out. My bet is that he won't be able to totally stay away, and we hope that he doesn't. But Larry, I'm gonna turn this over to you, and you'll close us out, my friend.
Well, thanks, Dave. I really appreciate the kind words, and I really don't have much to say. I'm not a polished speaker like yourself and many others that we heard today, but I'm just really proud of this planning team that has put together this workshop, building on the successes of the last 2 years and making that transition to a virtual format has been better than I could have hoped. And all the years of working with all the partners, I've made so many great friends, colleagues, connections. Just seeing the passion for prescribed fire and fire in general and dealing with the fire issues across the Northeast. The Northeast and Midwest have been kind of starved for attention, when it comes to what the West does. And but there's a lot of great work going on in the Northeast Midwest. There's a lot of potential, as you've all heard. But the progress that I've heard from these 20 plus state and other presentations today is really encouraging. And I'm just proud of what we've accomplished all together in the last 10, 12 years. And I fully expect and hope that this will continue to grow. And I think this workshop is just a great way to sort of bring those stories and those successes together so everybody, even in a virtual environment, can see what others are doing and learn from each other. And I mean, that's been the whole value, I think, of the cohesive strategy in the Northeast from the beginning, is get people working together, talking with each other, learning from each other, and figuring out how to move forward together, because there's a lot of challenges coming our way, but I believe that we can keep going if we work together. So thank you all for your support over the years. It's been a real pleasure working for you, and I will maybe try to engage in a couple of projects that I can maybe help with in the future. And I look forward to being at least an attendee in the next year's workshop. So thank you all.
Thank you, Larry. Big virtual round of applause.